A pleasant good morning to Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, Minister of State, and members, to the Leader of the Opposition, his members, and Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. There are a few announcements I would like to make this morning. First, we are doing this also with virtual participation. This is a first for this Parliament. Therefore, it's a first test, as live as we go. Secondly, on Monday, this coming Monday at 2 p.m., the National Assembly of Belize, presided over by the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate, will be embarking also on another first, which is the signing of an MOU with the Belize Archives and Records Service. The purpose of that, each year, the National Assembly, since 2020, has tried to contribute to the celebratory month, if you will, of September, marking the independence of Belize's anniversary. This year, the National Assembly will be, for the first time, taking out the instrument of independence that was handed over in 1981 and be handing it over to the Belize Archives and Records Service for proper preservation and storage. In addition to that, the National Assembly of Belize has also decided that it is timely that the parliamentary records of the National Assembly be done in a more modern fashion and that it be safeguarded as well. This will also be done with the support of the Belize Records and Service Unit. On the third matter, as the presiding officer for the House of Representatives, it is incumbent upon me to inform members, as well as members of the public, why the proposed motion of no confidence, which was asked to be tabled at this House meeting, was not tabled. The reason for doing this during the announcement is to ensure that there is no misunderstanding on the determination that was made by the chair. The private member's motion submitted by the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia, infringed on Standing Order 38.5 in relation to the fifth recital of the motion by imputing improper motives in respect of a minister and a minister of state. The motion also made assertions of malfeasance against the Prime Minister, a civil wrong for which no court of law has made any such pronouncement. That was stated in the 9th and 10th recitals. In addition, the substantive part of the private member's motion sought to have debate on the lawfulness or otherwise of a matter, that is, the Portico Agreement, which is the subject matter of an existing claim before the High Court. As members may be aware, on the 11th of July 2023, 3 companies filed a claim in which the claimants are asking the court to pronounce the lawfulness of the Portico Agreement. It is a cardinal principle of our constitutional democracy that Parliament will not engage in a debate on a subject matter which is before the courts for determination. Erskine May, the authoritative text on parliamentary proceedings, the UK Parliament Online edition at paragraph 2011, explains that no matter awaiting adjudication by a court of law, that is, matters sub judice, should be brought before the House. It further states that a notice of motion relating to matters sub judice should be withdrawn from the order paper and may be reinserted when the matter has been determined, and that signatures may not be added to motions relating to matters which are sub judice until the cases have been disposed of. This parliamentary rule finds support in Standing Order 38.2. This covers both the content of speech and the subject matter currently before the courts, which cannot be raised in a motion. The member was advised that in keeping with Standing Order 25.2a, based on the findings above, the no confidence motion 2023 will not be placed on the order paper for this House meeting, as it contravenes the above-mentioned standing orders. It was incumbent upon me to share that in my announcement, members and members of the public, because it is important that this House is governed by rules, and the rules must be adhered to. When they're not adhered to, the Speaker has that determination to make. It is also important, members, that precedent is not set that can affect future parliaments, whereby it is allowed to contravene flagrantly and openly the standing orders of the House. To complete this process, it is necessary for me to now subsequently inform you of the response received. The response was sent to the clerkna@bna.gov.bz. The email has been accessed and opened by all staff of Parliament. Greetings. The email was sent at 6:14 yesterday from the Leader of Opposition, and it states, "Greetings. You, Madam Speaker, have exposed yourself to be a complete waste of time as Speaker of the Honorable House. I ask the galleries I will ask the galleries, as per Standing Order 87.4, you are to remain silent. If you do not, I will have to ask the police to do their duty and ask the galleries to be cleared." I continue. You repeatedly act as a shield for the government, shamelessly misinterpreting and misapplying the standing orders to protect the Prime Minister and his government from public scrutiny and accountability. When the UDP was in government, we were not afraid of the opposition. We allowed for no confidence motions as we are true protectors of democracy. With each erroneous ruling you expose yourself as a complete biased speaker that will stop at nothing to protect the PUP government. I was foolish to believe a former PUP senator and candidate would be anything other than a partisan hack. Signed, Honorable Dr. Shine Barrow, Leader of Opposition, House of Representatives, MP for Mesopotamia. Members, and I will ask those in the gallery to kindly give the respect to this House and the chair and to be silent. This is a grave matter, members. I will remind all members that this chair does not make determinations on the whim. This chair seeks the legal counsel of the Attorney General's office. As you all know, that the Parliament does not yet have its own parliamentary legal counsel. In addition to that, the chair seeks the guidance from the well-experienced staff of Parliament. In addition to that, the chair looks to the precedents that have been set. In this case, there was a no confidence motion tabled in the previous Parliament, and it is clear that that no confidence motion did meet the threshold where it did not contravene standing orders. Members should also be aware that this chair also looks to the precedent practices set not only in other Commonwealth jurisdictions, but by the experiences of other speakers who have had to deal with similar situations. And of course, the chair and the staff of Parliament looks to Erskine May. I will refer to Erskine May now for the benefit of members and the public. The response that was submitted to or addressed to me yesterday evening contains serial breach of Standing Order 38.5, imputing improper motives to the chair. It is also a breach of Standing Order 38.8, which questions the conduct of the chair. This is not the first time this has occurred. It as well constitutes a libel on the chair and calls into question as well breach of parliamentary privileges. I will now direct you to Erskine May. Erskine May at paragraph 12.1 says, when any of these rights and immunities is disregarded or attacked, the offense is called a breach of privilege. Each house can claim the right to address these contempts. These are actions which, while not breaches of any specific privileges, it impedes the performance of its functions, or it's an offense against the authority or dignity of the House, of its members, such as disobedience to its legitimate commands or libels upon itself. In order to address the matter properly, it really is a matter for the Privileges Committee, pursuant to the Standing Order of 74.5. It has been a flagrant display of disrespect to the House in particular and to the chair. That will be a matter for a Privileges Committee's consideration. Subsequent to that, it should be noted, and the record will reflect, that in addition to being a blatant disregard for the respect of the chair and the authority of the chair, it is simply false. The record in this House will show that both sides of this House disagree vehemently sometimes with the decisions that this chair takes. And the record will also show that this chair is okay with you disagreeing with the chair. That is democracy, but my ruling is final. If any member has an issue with the ruling of the chair, instead of ad hominem attacks, instead of flagrant display of disrespect and bringing the House into disrepute, what should be done by any member is to use the right afforded to that member. Subsequently, this morning, at 1 hour approximately before the start of this meeting, there has been a privilege motion presented. That privilege motion has me, the chair, as the subject matter. That motion has been lodged by the Leader of Opposition. Therefore, it would not be appropriate for me to preside over a privilege motion. As we all know, as members of the House, privilege motion trumps all business. Therefore, I will now vacate the seat as chair and invite the Deputy Speaker to take over.
Good morning. We have a privilege motion before us, so I now call on the Leader of the Opposition to state briefly the facts to which he wishes to draw the attention of the House and the grounds on which he believes that those facts affect the privilege of the House.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasant good morning to you and all colleagues, wonderful people from Belmopan and Cayo, and all of my standard bearers that are in attendance from the south to Cayo to City, etc. Mr. Speaker, the privilege motion that is before us arises based on Standing Order 29, 1, 2, and 7, which allows a member to raise matters relating to privileges in the House. And the matter at hand, Mr. Speaker, is the erroneous and most regrettable decision to stop me from presenting the no confidence motion against the Prime Minister and his government at today's sitting. Mr. Speaker, unlike some of the elitists on that side, this House does not belong to the rich and powerful and the political cronies. This House belongs to the people.
Mr. Speaker,
and as the leader of the opposition,
Mr. Speaker,
as the leader of the opposition, I represent 31 constituencies, Mr. Speaker. What is the point of order? What is the point of order?
The point of order is that at this, but you need to sit down first.
I can't sit until you say a point of
It's
order.
not for me to decide.
What is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, Prime Minister.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that the leader is presenting a motion, but he is
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order,
man.
the standing orders are right here. If you are going to claim a point of order, give us the number of the point in order. You can't just say point of order.
On a privilege motion, he needs to read his privilege motion on the Act for TV. He needs to just read the privilege motion so that we can discuss it. Not come up on TV right now, upon no documentary.
Leader of the opposition. Please go ahead and read your motion.
Mr. Speaker, this poor
Member.
excuse for Prime Minister has been here for 30 years, and he should know better. He should know better that when you rise on a point of order, there is a standing order book, Mr. Speaker. And let me educate you, since maybe it's been so long that you have forgotten. When I present my notice of
Mr. Speaker,
privilege motion,
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
What is the
Mr.
point of
Speaker,
order?
on a point of order. I will address the Speaker, Leader of the Opposition, not you. 38-1.
State your
Stick
point of order.
to the contents of your debate. You are supposed to read your privilege motion. Read the motion. Don't go all over the place, man. Read your motion and let the Speaker make a decision. That is what you're here to do. Not act for the camera. Come on.
Yes, leader of the opposition. Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker,
hold on.
I can't get into the content of my privilege motion because they keep interrupting me as if they're in God.
I will ask them, but it's okay for them to stand on a point of order.
Indeed,
But please
I haven't even
stick.
gotten into the text of my privilege motion. The same way that all of you, when you speak, are allowed to give context and allowed to lay out your case, I am laying out mine. What is supposed to happen, Mr. Speaker? What is supposed to happen according to the notice of the motion? The Speaker is supposed to call me into her office and go over the motion with me, and then I proceed with the motion. But that did not happen. So when you talk about what the standing orders are, clearly you don't know. And this is my second privilege motion. And the last privilege motion, she proceeded over it, and she was the subject of it as well. But anyway,
The opposition, please continue
Thank you.
with your motion.
As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted, and there are standing orders against that, against interruptions. But, Mr. Speaker, the Standing Order 29-7 allows me no more than 15 minutes to discuss what I believe is a violation of my privileges. It doesn't tell you how I should go about doing that. So stop interrupting. Who to keep the clock? Anyway, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the effect of the decision to deny the leader of the opposition the ability to present a no-confidence motion is in essence silencing the opposition, Mr. Speaker. This is what happens in banana republics. This is what happens in fascist states, Mr. Speaker. And this could have been prevented, Mr. Speaker, because the standing orders allow standing order 25B. I never know you could read Kaya South, but 25B.
Members.
That is a
Please
standing
go on.
order. 48B is a standing order that you can't make noise on that side. But, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker could have altered the no confidence motion. There were minor alterations that could have been done. Because the difference between saying the Prime Minister is guilty of malfeasance and nonfeasance could have been, it is an allegation, and it is a legitimate allegation, Mr. Speaker, that is being investigated by the Senate. The majority, actually the unanimous Senate, voted to investigate this Portico agreement from its genesis with the former minister.
Mr. Speaker,
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. On a point of order.
What's your point of order?
38-1. Let the leader of the opposition know, confine his debate to the subject. He has a privilege motion. Read the motion. Read the motion. He has still not read the motion. He has still not read the motion. Go ahead and read the motion so that you can make a decision, Mr. Speaker.
Point accepted. Please
Mr.
stick
Speaker,
to the motion. That's how
this is what I submitted to the Speaker, and I'm allowed 15 minutes to make my arguments.
But it's
they
out
keep
15 minutes
interrupting
out.
me. They keep interrupting
Please finish
me.
up, finish
Thank
up.
you.
Mr. Speaker, will he continue or will you make a ruling on
We
this
will
point of
allow
order?
him to finish up.
Maybe he
Let's
wants his 15 minutes of fame, not the way he wants for the camera, but that's all he's going to get. Point of order, Mr. Speaker, go ahead.
If you would stop interrupting me, then I could finish. Show some decorum. Oh, I forgot, you're from a Garrison constituency. So you're not of the caliber, according to the member from Kaya South. But as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, we have all this talk about the House and the institution of the chair. I learned this, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order
Members.
48B, does not allow
Member.
the member from Kayo South to keep screaming from across the floor.
Yes, please allow him to finish his motion presentation. Please, you're distracting him, so because of time, please allow him. Please finish up.
Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, you learn in the fundamentals of parliamentary study that the institution of the chair is sacred, Speaker of the House. But this is not the first time that the Speaker of the House is making these erroneous decisions. And it impacts the ability of the opposition to effectively advocate on behalf of the Belizean people, Mr. Speaker. These are not arbitrary decisions that are being made. The Speaker said how important the chair is and the type of prestige and the type of reverence that the chair deserves. That has to be demonstrated vice versa, Mr. Speaker. The considerations of the arguments that the members of the opposition would like to make before this honorable House, they have been earned. We were elected to be here. We were elected to speak on behalf of the Belizean people. They said the voice of the people is the voice of God, and we are their representation. So whenever we bring something to this honorable House, such as a no confidence motion, the Speaker has an obligation to work with the opposition to ensure that there is not any violation of the standing orders, but at the same time that the opposition is allowed the freedom to represent the Belizean people who elected them in this honorable House. This is not a fascist state. This is not a dictatorship. This is a democracy, Mr. Speaker. And the continued misapplication and misinterpretation of the standing orders is undermining our democracy. The standing order that was cited in the Speaker's response as to matters that are being litigated in the court, the standing order says that such matters should not be debated in a fashion that may prejudice them. So the Speaker could, according to the standing orders, could have altered the no confidence motion in a fashion that would have satisfied the obligations of democracy. Shutting out the opposition is anti-democratic and it is fascist. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Well,
Mr. Speaker, the motion is that the no confidence, the no confidence motion be allowed to proceed with alterations, Mr. Speaker, as to address my privileges in this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the opposition, after listening to your presentation, it is my decision that your motion is not allowed, will not be allowed, because And this is because the motion is inconsistent with the standing orders. You can, however, bring a motion at this house at any other time, providing that the motion does not contravene with the standing orders. So there will be no debate today. Okay.
Papers. Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, a member from the gallery is threatening the chair. You need to make a decision. He cannot say that he will send somebody to move you. Mr. Speaker. Ms. Beera, please. Yes, thank you.
Aye. Member from Fort George. Leader of the opposition and member from Fort George. I did not hear what they say in the gallery, but let's move on. I recognize the Prime Minister. Let's see. Honorable Juglos. Yeah. It's Minister of Infrastructure and Development and Housing.
Morning. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 211/1/13. George Price Highway Upgrading Project, Section 6, San Ignacio Town to San Jose Socots. If you may allow me, Mr. Speaker, I just want to give a little bit of background on the project. Mr. Speaker, this is the Caracol project that started from Georgeville to the intersection tripartite, and then it goes on to join to another village coming out of San Ignacio, which is San Antonio. And then it proceeds to the Pinole line, and then it proceeds all the way from the Pinole line to the Caracol archaeological site. The first phase of this project, Mr. Speaker, has been substantially completed, and the government of Belize has received a savings of $17 million. The second phase of the project, Mr. Speaker, is ongoing. I'm being disturbed by the members' upper side. The second phase of the project, Mr. Speaker, is an ongoing project, and the ministry estimates that at the conclusion of that project, we will be saving approximately $27 million in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, since the People's United Party took the administration of the finances of this government, with the blessing of the Prime Minister, the technical staff, the entire staff of the MIDH has been working diligently to save the Belizean people money. One project, $27 million saved. What are we doing with the savings, Mr. Speaker? Well, with the blessing of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance, we engage the lending institution, OFID. We explain to them that to complete the George Price project, which started from the Roaring Creek Bridge, right now presently reached the entrance of San Ignacio, that we would like to continue the project from San Ignacio to Benqueviejo. OFID gave us no objection. We put the project out to tender. The tender was won by a company called Belize Roadway Construction for a value of $26 million, $709,339.38, which is a bit below the $27 million that we estimate will be the savings. MIDH, the cabinet, the government of Belize, the Prime Minister of this country, we are all proud that we can go out there and tell the Belizean people with facts, not Mickey Mouse connotations, with facts. This is not Disney. That we are doing a road that will not cost the Belizean people a cent extra. Why was it important for me to explain the project with this detail, Mr. Speaker? It is important, and I said it yesterday publicly, it is important that one defends its turf with everything that one has. And the best defense, Mr. Speaker, is the truth. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear example.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer your attention, Mr. Speaker, to Standing Order 87 that deals with the matter of strangers in the house. And let me, Mr. Speaker, let me make it absolutely clear. Standing Order 87 states strangers may be present in the chamber of the house in the places set apart for them under such rules as the Speaker may make from time to time for that purpose. Number 4, strangers must preserve silence and must conduct themselves in a fit and proper manner during the sitting. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to have that side sitting in this house here who have been disrespecting us from the very beginning. From the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, Alberto Agos, who sits there, has been disrespectful, and I am asking you, Mr. Speaker, to please remove him.
Members of the gallery, like the member just said, it's a privilege to be in the house. Please, I ask that we allow you to clap, but shooting commence, please, we ask that you conduct yourself properly in this House of Representatives. Please, I beg of you, okay?
Allow me, Mr. Speaker. It's not a matter only, with due respect, Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter shooting comments. He's being disrespectful to the chair consistently. And that is the reason I am asking that the matter of Alberto Agos be addressed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Go ahead. I recognize the Honorable Member for Cayo South.
Mr. Speaker, we do not need Alberto Agos to be removed. He is just an opponent. We just need him to act in a decent manner so we can continue our work. Madam Speaker,
I recognize the honourable member for Cayuga.
I'm in uncharted territory. What do I do when two speakers I'm addressing? Do I repeat myself?
Just continue where you were at.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in essence, Madam Speaker, we're doing a new project. It is a value of over $26 million. The ability to fund this project was based on savings that we achieved from the Caracol Road, and therefore it will not cost the Belizean people an additional cent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honourable Minister of the Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform and Religious Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to defer the laying of the sessional paper number HR 212/1/13, the redivision report of the Elections and Boundaries Commission to the National Assembly.
Honourable members, the question is that the laying of sessional paper number HR 212/1/13 be deferred. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Presentation of reports from Select Committee.
I recognize the Honourable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I didn't get a chance to say that this morning. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table report number HR 213/1/13. Report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Constitution of Belize 11th Amendment Bill 2021. I need to say nothing more on this one, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, good morning, and before I introduce this bill, Madam Speaker, I am asking the Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs, Privilege and Standing Orders, House and Regulations Committee, Madam Speaker, to convene a meeting to discuss the response of the Leader of the Opposition, which we believe is not only disrespectful and disgraceful, but a stain in the history of this National Assembly. So I hope that the Chairman will proceed. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 261, 01 of the Substantive Laws of Subsection 1 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at its registered office or office of its registered agent in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, as way of explanation, in 2013, this House passed legislation for the affected entities listed in the schedule of the Act to maintain accounting records that are accurate and easily accessible, and to retain these records for a period of time. Broadly, the Act governs the keeping of, quote, accounting records, end of quote, by legal persons. These requirements are also applicable to non-governmental organizations. It addressed the matter, means and methods through which the competent authority in Belize may request and obtain these records of regulatory and supervisory purposes. The Act imposes a duty on those entities to maintain their accounting records here in Belize and abroad, and require that records are accurate and easily accessible. The Act further provides for the period of retention of the accounting records. Madam Speaker, as we are all well aware, Belize recently concluded an assessment by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, and is currently preparing for its fourth round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, also known as the CFATF. Through the technical compliance, although the technical compliance have been submitted to the CFATF, there is a short opening for annexes to be submitted by September to address any gaps. The on-site mutual evaluation takes place, as I mentioned before in other House meetings, takes place in December of 2023. As we have done with the slew of legislation recently brought before this Honorable House, we have reviewed the Act in relation to the relevant FATF, the FATF recommendations and the OECD assessment, and a few deficiencies were identified which could lead to adverse findings at the time of the mutual evaluation if they are not rectified. In the instance of the OECD assessment, Belize's second round peer review report on the exchange of information on request was recently adopted and published by the Global Forum on 19 July 2023. This assessment identified a key deficiency surrounding the Financial Services Commission of Belize. The Commission is responsible for the administration of the Act. Powers and ability to access and obtain accounting records was identified as contributing to Belize being rated only partially compliant overall. Madam Speaker, the bill before the House today advances amendments to permit the proper and effective administration of the Act. The bill expressly provides for the Director General of the Commission to be recognized as the relevant competent authority under the Act, a key provision lacking in the Act as it presently stands. The core of the amendments seek to have records, particularly accounting records of the affected entities, to be kept within Belize, either at the entity's registered office or the office of the registered agent. Other notable amendments are made to the schedule, which includes the recent modern legislation such as the Belize Companies Act number 11 of 2022 and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Act number 14 of 2023. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 26101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at its registered office or office of its registered agent in Belize.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because of the urgency of this act, that we have to finish it within by next month, September, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to vary the rates of duty on sanitary products and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, this bill serves two purposes. First, it essentially enables Belize to meet compliance with certain international trade obligations by implementing the 10th phased-down schedule of rates in accordance with the CARIFORUM European Union Economic Partnership Agreement, or the CARIFORUM EU EPA, and the CARIFORUM United Kingdom Economic Partnership Agreement. Second, it enables government to fully realize its commitment to women, to provide for the full exemptions from duty of females' sanitary products. The CARIFORUM EU EPA entered into force in January 2008. It is a free trade agreement that provides for the elimination of tariffs and other restrictions on trade in goods, services, and the protection of intellectual property rights by all parties to the agreement. Recognizing the disparity of the development, the EU eliminated most of the tariffs upon entry into force of the EPA, while CARIFORUM countries, including Belize, enjoyed the benefit of implementing a phased-down schedule of rates reduction to reach 0% by 2033. The exit of the UK from the European Union in 2021 also signaled their exit from the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement. To ensure the continuity of business relations between the EU and CARIFORUM private sector, the regions negotiated CARIFORUM EU EPA that would leave the trade preferences on par with the CARIFORUM EU EPA. This new agreement entered into force on the 1st of January 2021, in sync with the UK's exit from the EU. Belize has been implementing its tariff reduction obligations to the EU and the UK on schedule up to 2022. In consequence of the implementation of the 10th phase-down schedule in this bill, Belize will be in full compliance of its obligations for 2023 under both the EU and the UK Economic Partnership Agreements. As it relates to female sanitary products, Madam Speaker, in February of 2023, Cabinet approved the waiver of duties and taxes on such products. While the government was able to zero rate GST on feminine sanitary products as of 1st of April 2023, as a member of the CARICOM Single Market and Economy, Belize was required, in accordance with Article 83 of the revised treaty, to obtain approval for the suspension of the common external tariff on female sanitary products. At the 56th ministerial meeting of COTED held on 1st June 2023, Belize received the approval for the suspension of the duty in its entirety on sanitary towels and napkins. The custom tariff and Trade Classification, Schedule 1 of the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, is therefore being amended by this bill by the creation of 10-digit HS codes to provide for the zero rating on female sanitary products at a national level as approved by the COTED. Madam Speaker, I am aware that you have been a proponent of the exemption of from taxes and duties on female sanitary products. I am therefore pleased to table this bill before you here today, and I look forward to the full support of this Honorable House for its enactment today. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to vary the rate of duties on sanitary products and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 48, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, this is the Firearms Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 143 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearm licenses, certificates, or permits, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearms and ammunitions, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet, and by way of an explanation, Madam Speaker, as you may know, the current structure of the firearms legislation leaves the decision-making power in terms of issuing gun licenses in the hands of one individual, the Commissioner of Police. As you know, the Commissioner of Police has many other duties and responsibilities, and we believe that the time has come for us to create a structure, a process by which we have a three-member panel comprising a magistrate, comprising the CEO, and the head of the dangerous goods section in the police department, to accept and to receive and review these applications. There are hundreds of applications, if not thousands, that are made each year. And so it is the belief of Cabinet and the position of Cabinet that this will create a more transparent and accountable process, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
The bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 143 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Firearm and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearm license, certificate, or permits, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearm and ammunition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a sorry fund for development construction of a solar energy plant for 288,750,000 Saudi riyals, or US $77 million, loan motion 2023. Madam Speaker, I move whereas the Saudi Fund for Development, the SFD, is a government organization that provides soft loans and grants in finance development projects and programs in developing countries. And whereas the government of Belize has requested assistance from the Saudi Fund to provide partial financing for the construction of a solar energy plant, thereafter referred to as the project. And whereas the Board of Directors of the Saudi Fund for Development has recently approved a loan to the government of Belize in the amount of 258,750,000 Saudi riyals, or equivalent to approximately $77 million, to assist in financing for the project. And whereas the purpose of the loan is to assist with the government of Belize in financing the construction of utility-scale solar power plants with a total capacity of no less than 60 megawatts of solar PV generation and supply, and install solar panels to avoid emissions from the energy sector of the equivalent of about 60,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per year through system efficiency and consumption of at least 100 gigawatts per hour per year. And whereas the project will consist of two main components whose activities will include the supply of PV modules, inverters, racking and mounting, cabling and wiring, and grid connection, the project will contribute to adding 60 megawatts of clean energy source to the national electricity grid. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the program shall be carried out on behalf of the government on the central executing unit of the Ministry of Economic Development, acting as the executing agency. And whereas the terms and conditions of the Saudi Fund loan are as follows. The lender, the Saudi Fund for Development, the principal amount, 288,750,000 Saudi riyals, or approximately US $77 million. The loan terms for 20 years, 5 years grace period, plus 15 years repayment period. For 5 years from the effective date of the loan agreement, the grace period, the rate of interest is a fixed rate of 2% per annum on the principal amount withdrawn and outstanding from time to time. And whereas under the provision of Section 7 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. And now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would have a positive impact on improving the reliability of the electrical network and reduce the cost of electricity to the national electricity provider, as well as improve the energy sector and contribute to the economic development of Belize, approves, confirms, and ratifies that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the term and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents. Madam Speaker, because it is such an important motion, I ask members to bear with me as I explain in some details the importance of this loan motion. In June of this year, BEL highlighted that we are experiencing a significant reduction in power supply from the Mexican company that we purchase power from, the Comisión Federal de Electricidad, or the CFE. This reduction was due to the increased demand in both Yucatan and the Quintana Roo Peninsula. Though alarming, this is not a surprise. The demand for power here in Belize and in southern Mexico has been increasing steadily, spurred on by the rapid economic growth of the Belizean economy, are recently exacerbated by the unusual stifling heat that we have been experiencing. With this in mind, and with our stated commitments to reduce the cost of electricity and to do so in a climate-friendly manner, the government is developing a least cost energy expansion plan for electricity generation and transmission in the country. The plan is very clear that new generation needs to be added from renewable sources. The components of this new generation include solar PV electricity, wind energy, and battery energy storage systems. This loan motion for funding of the construction of a solar energy plant that will generate at least 60 megawatts of electricity is a needed component in the energy generation metrics for the generation of electricity in the country. The special loan terms offered on the government, to the government under this loan creates the possibility of generating electricity at comparatively lower rates relative to existing rates offered by existing independent power producers. Today's motion seeks the approval of this House for the conclusion of a US $77 million loan between the government of Belize and the Saudi Fund for Development to build a 60 megawatt solar scale, utility scale solar energy plant. The loan is at 2% interest rate for a period of 20 years, including a 5-year grace period. We expressed to the Saudis the urgency to expand our energy supply capacity because of impending shortages, and they gracefully fast-tracked our application, enabling the signing of this loan agreement earlier this month. We appreciate the partnership we have developed with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the benefit of both our peoples. This generation expansion will help to reduce electricity costs to the National Transmission and Distribution Electricity Service Provider, BEL, and ensures that Belize meets its nationally determined contributions that we presented in 2021 goals, which include a call for 75% of generation of electricity from renewables by 2030, and the installation of 40 megawatts utility scale solar by 2025. It will also reduce the outflow of foreign exchange by substituting revenue-based foreign exchange payments to CFE with much lower cost-based foreign exchange payments for financing, only with revenue-based payments for energy from the project being made in Belize dollars. Energy is central to every major challenge and opportunity we face. Investing in renewable energy that reduces the cost of energy has the potential to be a transformational force in our country's development. With more affordable energy, we can build new industries, create new jobs, and provide a brighter future for our children and grandchildren. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to introduce this loan motion and look forward to the support of all in this honorable House.
Recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning. Madam Speaker, another loan motion, $154 million. At this rate, the government is borrowing $1 million a day, $2 million a day, about $250 million more than what the previous Barrow administration was borrowing. And I have to remind the Belizean people at every turn, this is a government that said they would stop the borrowing, that they would grow the economy so robustly that they would not need to borrow. That is what they said, Madam Speaker. And now they are almost at $1 billion in borrowing at 2.5 years. You know, I know many of you are obsessed with the former Prime Minister, but I have to start to call you Prime Minister Borrow. Not borrow, but borrow. Because all you do is borrow, as I have said, and it is maybe not the most eloquent description, but it's a sprung-head government. All they do is borrow and borrow and borrow. And then Madam Speaker, what provokes the resentment is that the Prime Minister said that he spoke to the Saudis and expressed to them the urgency of this matter, and they fast-tracked it. What about the urgency of our magistrates and our judicial officers that are underpaid? Why isn't there a fast track to get monies to strengthen our judiciary? So again, Madam Speaker, again, there is a constant misprioritization by this government from its inception. This is a government that spends over $200 million in one budget on infrastructure that they said we could not eat. Madam Speaker, that was their cry. Infrastructure is nowhere in their manifesto plan Belize. Yet they are spending over $200 million on infrastructure, Madam Speaker, and they have cut the member from Caribbean Shores. They have cut his budget. And we have a state of emergency, Madam Speaker, because people are killing people left and right, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about priorities, Madam Speaker, the government is failing, which is why I wanted to bring the no confidence vote, Madam Speaker. Because these are the things, Madam Speaker. Yes, renewable energy is something that the opposition supports. But what we need to, Madam Speaker, there is a standing order, 42B, that prevents members from the other side from speaking while I'm speaking. I would appreciate...
There is a standing order. Yes, confined to the debate, yes.
If you want to stand on a point about it, you're free to do so.
Members, let's not, please, continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, while...
Member for Mesopotamia, please, Leader of Opposition. Members of the gallery, I appreciate the energy in the room. It's really a welcome opportunity. It's been a long time, quite frankly, since this House has had members on both sides. And that's something to applaud. Having said that, though, members, I kindly ask you to respect the standing orders as visitors. It will require you, no, you are not 42B, but you are 87. Standing Order 87 speaks to your conduct and that you can sit in silence. While the clapping is allowed, I do ask to keep the commentary to practically non-existent, because I have heard today from my office that this has gone a little bit overboard. Now, I will ask the mace bearer to escort any member who flagrantly disregards that standing order. And if it cannot be controlled, members of the gallery, do forgive me, but I will have to then ask the galleries to be cleared. Thank you for your cooperation, members in the gallery.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yes, Madam Speaker, as we talk about renewable energy, what we need to ask ourselves, this was a government again that promised when they were elected, they would wave the magic wand and everything would start performing, overperforming. So what is BEL doing? Because again, you guys are the magicians. So your partners in BEL, why aren't you and your partners in BEL doing your own renewable energy efforts? Why are you burdening the Belizean taxpayers for generations to come to pay for this if you are performing so well? according to your reports, your IMF quotes, the growth is robust. But again, this is another example that is not all that the Prime Minister says. So we have to be concerned about these matters, Madam Speaker. This type of borrowing is just not sustainable. It is not sustainable, and it is not consistent with the description that the government gives of the economy. If the economy is performing, that means that BEL is performing, they are getting great returns. So why isn't this an investment by BEL and the government? Why do you have to go and borrow? So, Madam Speaker, we have to call out the blatant hypocrisy of the Briceño administration, who promised, and one of my themes for this week's endorsement convention on Sunday is your life better? Is your life better than it was 3 years ago, Madam Speaker? And the resounding answer is no, because the borrowing is more than it has ever been, and the taxpayers are seeing less of a quality of life, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to rise and support this motion. And before I get into my comments on the motion, allow me to correct the record. You know, I know the leader of the opposition, at his core, he's an entertainer. And so I know he likes to engage in theatrics. He likes to engage in theatrics. And every meeting, every time we present a loan motion, he sings the same, he raps the same tune. Yeah, not sing, rap. He raps the same tune about, you know, the government borrowing excessively, with absolutely no regard for the facts or the truth. And so, you know, I'm very happy to share with the House, share with him, the leader, and to share with the Belizean people the facts, really, because you know, our cabinet asked the Ministry of Economic Development to give us a report on all the multilateral and bilateral loans approved by the National Assembly since November of 2020, since the general elections to present. And of course, everybody knows the story of the blue loan, so we won't get into that. Apart from the blue bond loan, which was a refinancing, restructuring of the super bond, so that did not bring in any new loan proceeds, but actually saved Belize, saved the Belizean people $500 million. So let's get the facts straight. So, structured the blue bond, saved the Belizean people $500 million. So we set that apart. That has become a global standard. All over the world, people are asking the Prime Minister to go and make presentations on the blue bond. All over the world. I see you brought the same gallery of people who had no ideas for 13 years with you. See, they didn't like you. They didn't like you for a while, but now.
Madam Speaker, I don't think that parliamentarians should be attacking members of the gallery.
It's not the point of order.
Not attacking.
Continue.
No attack. No attack. I would not waste my time attacking them.
Member for Freetown. Visitors in the gallery, I'm going to do a second reminder. And this can be ad nauseum, I admit. But if you persist, I'm going to have to do it. So please, Standing Order 87. I've already said, I believe the Speaker in my absence already stated as well, that the clapping is allowed on both sides. but just let's keep it at that. Please, I certainly need to be able to hear properly what members are saying, and I need your cooperation in that. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, in addition to that $500 million, these are the facts, really, that there have been, since November of 2020, 13 new loans approved. And the cumulative sum of those loans is Belize, $467 million. $467 million, of which, and this is very important, 23%, only 106 million, has been disbursed in 2.5 years. So that is less than $50 million in disbursement on those new loans per annum. So those are the hard, stubborn facts, Madam Speaker. A government that is borrowing for priority projects, but is doing so in a fiscally responsible, targeted manner. And on top of that, Madam Speaker, I don't want to lose the public getting too technical, but even if you look in the budget book, you will see that government over the past 2 fiscal years, fiscal year 2021-22 and 2022-2023, the government has made principal amortization payments in 2021-2022 of $65 million. So imagine that. We've disbursed $50 million, but we actually paid off $65 million in 2021-2022. And then in 2022-2023, $88 million in principal amortization payments is being made. In 2022-2023, last year, was made, 88 million. So again, Madam Speaker, I hope that the Leader of the Opposition has taken note of what I have said. Critically important, man. If we're going to speak on the issue of borrowing, let's be responsible. Let's make sure that we're sharing with the Belizean people accurate, true facts, and not just theatrics for political purposes, hyperbole, as the deputy said, hyperbole, that serves no useful purpose. So I hope that addresses that issue once and for all. But in terms of the solar energy project, this particular loan, Madam Speaker, as I said, I'm very proud to rise and support this motion. In my view, it's a long overdue motion. And people will ask, this, because it's not obviously a new subject matter. And it's a very legitimate question. People will say, well, why now? This thing has been discussed for years and years and years. BEL has had it as a part of its plan, its long-term planning, development, as a major component. But you talk to anybody from BEL and people who are around the energy sector, and they will tell you that what has really blocked any movement on this whole solar energy initiative, which is critically important. It's just common sense. We're here in Belize, where we complain about the heat and the sun all the time. Why not put that energy, the sun's energy, to work for us, solar energy? It makes common sense. But what blocked it over the past 10 years, Madam Speaker, is just hustling, UDP hustling and corruption. They could not figure out a way. They farmed. We'll have to get to the bottom of this and reveal some of these things for the Belizean people. They farm all kind of company. Yes, the connected, the elite few around the government, the connected ones, we know who they are. They were involved in every public utility. Every public utility. They formed companies to get involved in the solar energy sector. And when they couldn't figure out a way for the thing to hustle through these projects, they just said, well, we're not do nothing. That's it. Typical UDP fashion. Typical UDP fashion. They couldn't put together a vehicle like they did for the gaming and lottery. They wanted to put in place a similar scheme for solar energy. They did it for gaming, and I hope we have a Senate inquiry on the gaming contract. That's what the Senate should be looking into. They couldn't do it, so nothing happened. Nothing happened over the last decade. And so, Madam Speaker, in keeping with Belize's strong, unwavering commitment under this PUP government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, to sustainable development, to the environment, to a green economy, and of course, a blue economy as well. So in keeping with that commitment, this is exactly what we need to be doing. The motion itself, as you see, sets out some very, very favorable terms. The Prime Minister went through those, so I won't repeat them, but very, very favorable terms. Over 20 years, there's a 5-year grace period, and then after that, a 15-year repayment period, fixed interest rate of 2% per annum. So very, very favorable terms. It presents the best opportunity for us to get this initiative moving at this very critical time, as the Prime Minister pointed out. Again, you know, we, like so many things that we have had to deal with in government, because of...
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings of the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at the day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you. So, Madam Speaker, it's again, you know, this project really, as I said, represents a good project that is in keeping with our commitments, with our national development goals and priorities. As you know, as the point I was making just before, that, you know, the UDP government, again, these are critical issues. We're faced with a crisis, an energy crisis. The Prime Minister referred to it. You know, that we have been trying to manage, like so many other crises that we inherited from the UDP government after a decade or more of absolute neglect of these critical issues. Nobody seemed to be paying attention to these critical issues. How could a government not have in place a clear plan to deal with the energy crisis facing this country after being in government for 12 years? I mean, absolutely disgraceful. So we have tried to address that issue. And so the Prime Minister himself, he took on this issue himself, and has been engaged with it wherever he goes, wherever he travels across the world. He uses that opportunity to engage with other leaders and private sector individuals and groups, and in this case, the Saudi Development Fund, to see what opportunities are available to help us to deal with these serious national development issues. And so I'm very, very proud that our Prime Minister led that fight and got the support of the Saudi Development Fund. You know, another great example of strong leadership, another example of a PUP government at work. You know, we're not about theater and dance and acting and putting on a show. We are about getting things done for the Belizean people. That is what we do every single day. Every day we get up and we say, what can we do to make the lives of the Belizean people better? And we're only halfway through our term, so don't get too excited, Mr. Leader. We're only halfway through our term. And the Belizean people will fully understand and appreciate and feel the love and strength of this People's United Party government over the next 2.5 years under the leadership of our Prime Minister, who we are proud to call our leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also rise to lend my support to this loan motion, Madam Speaker. As my colleague from Freetown has said, the solar power has been spoken about in this country for decades, and nothing has happened, Madam Speaker, until now, under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño, that this is becoming a reality. Madam Speaker, when you hear the leader of the opposition speak, he would want us to forget about the pain and suffering that they inflicted on this country for 13 years and the mess that they left this country in. And now we are fixing it, Madam Speaker. This energy project brings great benefits to Belize, Madam Speaker. For example, it will bring us energy security. By developing this solar plant, Belize will decrease its reliance on imported fuel from Mexico. As we all know, and as the CEO of BL reminded me this morning, that problem persists. We cannot rely on Mexico for energy anymore, and it is incumbent upon us to find a solution that would bring us energy independence to this country, Mr. Speaker. It will bring job creation, Mr. Speaker, because our people will have to be trained how to manage and how to implement these plans. It will bring a transfer of technology to our country, Mr. Speaker. It will help us to transition from fossil fuels to cleaner energy and to help us to meet our international commitments. Mr. Speaker, we were not going to stop here, as the plans are to increase the amount of solar plants we'll be introducing in the energy mix of our country. We're also exploring the possibilities of wind and battery, and we continue to find ways, Mr. Speaker, to convert our municipal and agricultural waste to energy. Mr. Speaker, we at the Ministry of Energy, we take our mandate seriously, and we will continue to lead the way in ensuring that we meet our energy independence by July 2025 by using reliable, renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, this is a government at work. We are delivering on Plan Belize. This is not Disney. This is not fairy tale, Mr. Speaker. This is a Prime Minister and a government working to improve the lives of all Belizeans, and we shall, continue with our mandate, continue to engage BL and the PUC to make sure that we are delivering and that we are following one policy. We are going to make sure that we achieve the energy independence and reliability that the people of Belize deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Orange Wakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer my full support for the loan motion we are considering, which I believe champions the construction of a solar energy plant in our beloved nation, Belize, Mr. Speaker. This is just not a proposal for a new energy venture, but it is a vision for a sustainable future that aligns with our commitment to advance sustainable development, curb carbon emissions, and propel economic growth. Mr. Speaker, it represents our shared aspiration to bequeath a greener, healthier Belize to our children and grandchildren. Belize is blessed with an abundance of solar potential, and this project, Mr. Speaker, offers us a unique opportunity to tap into this resource. And by doing so, we will not only be generating clean and renewable power, but also reducing our reliance on imported fossil fuels, aligning our efforts with the global fight against climate change. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the ripple effect of this venture extends far beyond environmental benefits. The economic implications are profound. It promises job creation, stimulation of local industries, and provision of affordable, reliable electricity to every corner of our nation, from bustling urban neighborhoods to the most remote rural communities. And in supporting this loan motion, we are investing not only in an infrastructure project, but in the future of Belize's economy, environment, and above all, its people. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, implore members of this National Assembly to join us on this side in backing this significant step towards a more sustainable and prosperous Belize. But, Mr. Speaker, I also want to say here, because as I listened to the leader of the opposition when he got up to speak on this matter, wanted to throw a bit of what he wanted to say from the very beginning this morning with that motion that was squashed. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. When you look at the thousands of people that are now working in the tourism industry, that are ensuring that they are able to put foods on their table, that's confidence in this government and confidence in our Prime Minister. When you look at the booming construction industry, that reflects confidence. When you look at over the 40,000 Belizeans whose minimum wage went from $3.30 to $5, that is confidence in the Belizean government. When you look at the smiles of all those deserving single mothers who now have a key.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the gentleman from Fort George reminded me that we have to stick.
I am sticking to my point. This is where I'm getting at.
We're not debating the no confidence. We're not debating the no confidence motion.
What is this?
We can debate that if you want. I'd love to bring it forward.
I'm not talking about no confidence. I'm talking about what we're doing as a government for the Belizean people. And we will build more hospitals on the left and right. Disgraceful government you all had. Come here and talk about hospital. That is the reason why when we're rolling out the NHI and improve primary care services across the country for the Belizean people, that will bring betterment for our people.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, I raised the matter of the conduct of strangers in the house. Visitors, what? It is called strangers. That's how it is addressed. Read your standing orders. Mr. Speaker.
Member, I've heard you.
Mr. Speaker, these people insist. Please.
We have warned members in the gallery more than once. And this is your final warning, Mr. Agas. I know your voice is distinct. I know your voice. So please. We have been very lenient with the members of the gallery on my right. So please maintain good conduct. You're in the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're switching between speakers. But, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, in support of this loan motion, we have to remind the Belizean people and we have to remind the leader of the opposition of the things that we've been doing as a government for the benefit of our Belizean people. But let me say this. The leader of the opposition reminds me of the actor in that movie, A Knight's Tale. I don't know if you all saw that movie. Very good movie. Where the actor, his whole focus was to try and win the queen over, but lost to a very humble man. And when he found himself on his back, watching what happened to me, you know what was said to him? This is you, Mr. Leader of the Opposition. You have been weighed, you have been measured, and you have been found wanting. Madam Speaker, I support this motion.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I get into my substantive remarks and intervention on this loan motion, Madam Speaker, please allow me to thank my UDP colleagues and our visitors in the gallery for being here with us this afternoon, this morning, all day, I hope, and also to acknowledge the members on the visitors on the other side of the gallery. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member from Freetown saying that we are not paying attention to developments of the government. Madam Speaker, I can assure you, the Belizean people are paying keen attention to the amount, the millions of dollars that has been borrowed by this administration in the last 2.5 years. You know, it's very disturbing that the member of Freetown would stand in this house and provide such mistruths and half-truths, Madam Speaker. So if you will allow me, for me to review the loans of this government since April of 2021. Madam Speaker, and I will speak in Belize dollars. We're not talking Saudi rivals or US currency, Madam Speaker, or peso. The peso that we have to pay back in foreign exchange. But let me start here, Madam Speaker. On Friday, the 9th of April 2021, this government borrowed $10 million from the Inter-American Development Bank, a program to control and contain the coronavirus. Friday, April the 9th, 2021, another $68.6 million, Madam Speaker, from the CDB. Tuesday, April 26, 2021, $30 million, Madam Speaker, from the CDB. Friday, February the 4th, 2022, another $36 million. Tuesday, the 15th of March, 2022, $16 million. Friday, May 13th, 2022, $52.4 million. Friday, May 13th, 2022, $50 million. Friday, the 3rd of June, 2022, $48 million. Friday, the 3rd of June, 2022, $12.4 million. Friday, July 15th, 2022, $150 million. Friday, December 12th, 2022, $12 million. Friday, December 12th, 2022, $16 million. Friday, February 3rd, 2023, $20 million. Friday, February 3rd, 2023, $30 million. March 10th, 2023, $10 million. March 10th, 2023, $2.52 million. Friday, April 21st, 2023, $20 million. Friday, 19th May, 2023, $90 million. Friday, June 16th, 2023, $30 million. Today, Madam Speaker, we are borrowing another $154 million from the Saudi fund and another $12.5 million from the Caribbean, 25 million Belize dollars from the Caribbean Development Fund, and another $10 million from the IDB, Madam Speaker, from another $10 million from the IDB. Madam Speaker, you do the math. $907 million at the end of today. Close to $1 billion. A far stretch, Madam Speaker, from that $500 million that they, quote unquote, saved the Belizean people from the blue bond, Madam Speaker, that was necessary because of the PUP bonds that they borrowed from commercial banks. So, Madam Speaker, this administration is being completely disingenuous to the Belizean people when the member from Cayo South stands up here and says we saved the Belizean people $27 million for the Caracol.
Member for Albert, 1 second. Visitors on the right side of the gallery, I've heard the former speaker's ruling. I'm at the acting speaker's ruling. I'm asking you to please. You are making it very difficult for me to hear. The standing orders apply to both sides of this House, and for me to hear the member from Albert, I really need you to be quiet. Don't apologize to me. Just stay quiet. Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's quite disingenuous for the member from Cayo South to stand up in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and beat his chest that we have saved the government and the people $27 million from the Caracol Road when we are saddling the taxpayers with another $907 million, Madam Speaker. You know, it's almost criminal. And let me say this. I went to the Belize Electricity Limited company profile on It's in their report, annual report, but it's also on their Facebook page, Madam Speaker. And this is what it says. The government of Belize has direct ownership of 32.6% interest in the company. The government of Belize has direct ownership of 32.6% interest in the company. The Social Security Board, Madam Speaker, owns 31.2% interest, resulting in a public sector interest of 63.8%. Fortis Cayman owns 33.3% interest, and over 1,500 small shareholders own the remaining 2.9% interest in ordinary shares. Madam Speaker, I make that point to say this. Why is it? It begs the question that the government of Belize is borrowing $154 million on the backs of the taxpayers, our children and our grandchildren, Madam Speaker, when this is a perfect project for a PPP, a public-private sector partnership. It was the chairman of BL, Madam Speaker, who was on cut, making the claim we have millions to spend and no power to buy. Don't you also have millions to invest? Why is it, Madam Speaker, that the government of Belize will borrow on the backs of my children and my grandchildren $154 million without a partnership from this BL? If you recall, Madam Speaker, if you had watched that interview, it's close to $1 billion company in this country, the first to be at that level. Profits are way high. 2021, if I recall correctly, BL made $40 million in profits. Last year, $15 million in profits. In 2020, on the heels of COVID, it was almost $60 million in profits, Madam Speaker. But yet, there are so many vulnerable families in this country who cannot afford electricity. They are stealing electricity, or they are getting electricity from their neighbor, or for some public supply. Many of the most vulnerable who have lost their homes to fire, Madam Speaker, is a result of the electrical situation in their homes because they can't afford, Madam Speaker, to pay BL. And if they don't get it from some other source, they have no electricity. So why is it, Madam Speaker, that this BL, who has all this money to spend and nowhere to spend it, cannot also make a sizable investment, Madam Speaker, in the solar plant that we are proposing? We on this side, Madam Speaker, fully appreciate the need for sustainable and renewable energy. But let me tell you what is more important for us, Madam Speaker, is that electricity supply will be accessible to those who cannot access it now, even though this company that is almost 65% owned by a public interest is making millions of dollars in the double digits, Madam Speaker, and still cannot pass on some of these resources to the most vulnerable and marginalized in our society, Madam Speaker. This motion would have been more palpable, more easy to digest, Madam Speaker, if we understood what role BL would have played in this loan agreement. Because next year, BL will make a profit. And the year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. And while BL is making a profit, Madam Speaker, the taxpayers will be making the payment on $154 million. It's double taxation, Madam Speaker. You borrow, the taxpayer have to pay, but we still have to pay the high rates at BL. So, you know, I hear the Prime Minister is going to make electricity more affordable. When? Because we have to pay off the $154 million first before we start to reap the benefits of this more affordable electricity supply. I believe the payment, if I read the loan documents correctly, Madam Speaker, starts in 2029. That's when we're going to start making payments back to the Saudis. And Madam Speaker, you know the Prime Minister, sometimes I don't think he thinks before he speaks. With all due respect, Prime Minister, you say
visitors, really. Visitors, 87 was clear that you also have to conduct yourselves in a manner becoming of the Parliament. You are literally the majority of the members in the gallery, and the onus is on you. I am asking the police, as the mace bearer has stepped out, the warnings have been made. If I ask for the gallery to be cleared, I would like no argument on the matter, and that my ruling be respected. Member Falbert, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, this loan motion would have been more palpable. The pill, the big pill that you're asking us to swallow would have been easier to go down, Madam Speaker, if we understood the role of BL, the public interest and the interest from Fortis Cayman, Madam Speaker. And so, tell us, when you present these motions, what is going to be the impact to those who daily, and I don't care what the economic figures say, I don't care what the Prime Minister says about the growth of our national economy. He needs to go on the ground, Madam Speaker, because every day, families in Belize are being pushed further and further to the margins of poverty. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the construction of a solar energy plant. In principle, it's a good idea. As I said before, you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny? Do you think that is funny? Okay.
Members, please. Member for Caribbean Shores. No.
Madam Speaker,
putting in proper mode. Members, 42B. Thank you. Member for Albert.
Madam Speaker, while in principle, sustainable and renewable energy is a good idea, I certainly can't in good conscience, Madam Speaker, support this motion as it is presented, because it relieves the $1 billion company that we boast about, the only one that we can boast about, any responsibility of making any investments in sustainable electricity supply for the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corazon North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will not get into a lot of detail about the motion at hand, but I want to express my dissatisfaction in the way that this motion is being presented. Here we are, and we have a formula of $154 million that we are borrowing, and these taxpayers have to pay to do a solar plant, to do a facility. And I could perfectly understand this on the context and on the concept of being self-sufficient in terms of energy. And I could perfectly understand that this will greatly enhance the status of Belize, and generally speaking, it will better assist the objective of improving on our carbon emissions. We're going green, and that's perfectly understood. What I cannot understand from the equation, Madam Speaker, is why is it that we're going to bag Belizeans with $154 million for the benefit of a particular company. In this case, it's going to be BL. Here we are with a 20-year loan. We have a grace period of 5 years. In 2029, we will start paying, and by 2045, we should be thereabout, finishing to pay. The million-dollar question is, what is this going to do for the Belizean public? How will this benefit those people who are socially marginalized, the vulnerable? Madam Speaker, today as we speak, it is a challenge of a large number of families here in Belize to decide whether to buy a certain food item or to even pay for water. And now, looking at the context of having to pay your light bill. If we make you buy, right now, Madam Speaker, cilantro, at $25 a pound, head of lettuce at $10 a pound, for a family that earns, for a father and a mother that earns $40, or if you have both parents working $80 a day, it becomes a huge challenge. Add on to that formula that we now have to pay $154 million in the form of taxes to pay for the benefit of a company. BL, in my opinion, should have come into this equation. Why is it that we, Belizeans, all of us, have to pay for this? Where in the formula, where in this mix will we see any benefit coming to the Belizean people? Does this, at any point in time beyond 2045, will there be something in the formula to indicate that the price of electricity will come down? Will this translate into the people of Pachacan, into the people of Cristowe, Yochen, and all the rest of the communities in Corozal North, and by extension, the entire Belize, the country of Belize, getting any kind of reduction in their light bills? I don't see it, Madam Speaker, and I think it is very unfortunate. While in concept, as I said, we could understand perfectly where this is coming from, I don't see how we will back the Belizean people with 154 million. Yet, this will mean that BEL will enhance its abilities to provide for the supply of energy, and thereafter and consequently, you will see an increase in the earnings of BEL. I could understand that BEL and the shareholders will get their share. Where is the pie being shared equally? While BEL and the shareholders might be able to, will definitely benefit from this loan, where is the ratio and proportion as it pertains to the repayment of the loan? Why is it that we have to pay $154 million for the benefit of this company and shareholders, while the Belizean public, particularly those vulnerable families, will have to struggle from here to God knows when to keep on paying for the high cost of energy? Where is this, Madam Speaker? So this is my contribution to this motion. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
To quote the Honorable Member from the other side, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, I have never seen such display of hypocrisy in this House. One side you have hypocrisy, and the next side have confused and don't understand what they talk about. That is the sad state of the opposition in this country, Madam Speaker. Well, they are not two, they are three blind mice. Because they really don't understand.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Let me hear the point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order?
The standing orders clearly state that you should not use insulting languages, Madam Speaker. This same Prime Minister is recommending me to the... Excuse me, I cannot...
Wait.
Speaker,
No.
How can I say my point of order?
Let me hear. You need to sit, Memo. No, you need to sit. You need to sit and be quiet. Member for Mesopotamia. Member for Mesopotamia. You need to allow me to be the speaker. Please take your mic off. Please take your mic off. Thank you. Members, I have to hear the point of order, and it is the speaker who will rule on the point of order. For me to hear the point of order, you need to tell me what the point of order is. I have said before in this House, I recognize that there are several point of orders. There are about over 90 point of orders. So, if you cannot quote the number, just tell me what the gist of the point of order is, and I will make the ruling. My ruling is final. Visitors of the gallery, if I hear one more outburst, I am asking the mace bearer, with the support of the police, to escort the gallery outside. I would need to have the gallery cleared. My ruling is final. You were on a point of order. What is the point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the standing orders prevent members from using insulting language, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has insulted us, calling us the three blind mice, and that we are confused and we don't understand, and all types of insults, Madam Speaker. And when I am being taken to the Privilege Committee, no, because you didn't like the way, you didn't like the way that I communicated.
Member, sit down. Member, sit down.
Created by these insults.
Not a point of order. Continue, Prime Minister. You will not raise a matter that has not entered this House. Let me correct you. Let me correct you. Privileges Committee needs a motion. That hasn't come here. The misrepresentation of the standing orders must end. Continue, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When they were attacking us and attacking me, I never cried foul. I listened. I listened. Yes. I sit down like a man and listen to them. I know that I'm trying to answer, they want to cry foul. You can't dish. If you don't want to dish, man, you neither. That's the point I'm trying to make. As to you, you don't answer a state for leader of opposition because you're so confused. All of you don't understand. Madam Speaker, if there's so much thing I didn't know where to start, honestly. First of all, when the member from Albert come and start to list out about these loans that came to the House, she's either confused and understand, or she's being disingenuous. What she is not pointing out, that those loans are coming to the House that were loans that were already approved under the UDP. When a loan is approved, you come and then you withdraw in phases. You withdraw in phases, we still have to come and get approval to the National Assembly. That's the very point that the Honourable Member from Freetown made. That whilst we have made, when you were talking, I was not interrupting you. I listened to you and I did not interrupt you.
42B member for Albert. 42B.
I never call her out.
Yes, Prime Minister. Please
She
continue.
knows very well that those are UDP loans and that whenever we draw down, we have to come to the House to draw down from it. That is the point that the Honourable Member from Freetown made of those new loans that we have done. We have not drawn down on all of them. And this is the very thing I wanted to explain to the member from Mesopotamia, and I guess I have to explain to the member of Albert. Borrowing is a way of life in Belize. All Belizeans, or most Belizeans, have to borrow. Certain Belizeans that lived off the hog for the past 13 years don't have to borrow. But the rest of Belizeans have to borrow from the bank. And then when you borrow from the bank, it does not, if you borrow $10,000, Madam Speaker, it does not mean that you owe $10,000. It means that they have approved for you to borrow, to use up to $10,000. And as you go using the money, Madam Speaker, I think it's really come to an end for that side. I really need to get them all.
1 second. 1 second. One second. We have a couple more bills and motions to get through. I will ask that the gallery be cleared in order for us to get through today. I will ask, 1 second, members. Oh, yes, please allow me to do my job. Both sides. I am asking for the galleries to be clear. Galleries with an S. You may not like my decision, but it is my decision. It is okay for the disagreement. Continue.
Madam Speaker, only one side has been misbehaving. The point I'm making, Madam Speaker, the point I am making.
Prime Minister, let us have the galleries cleared before you continue. The member for Mesopotamia. Prime Minister, you may continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I was explaining, if you go and get a loan for $10,000 from the bank, you don't owe $10,000. You owe as you go drawing down. And that's what happened under the UDP. They made a lot of these loans and they could not have drawn down on those loans. So whenever it's time to draw down, we have to come here to be able to draw down from those loans. The member from Freetown explained it to this honorable House, but it seems that the honorable member from Albert either totally could not comprehend what was being explained to her, or she tried or decided to ignore the facts to try to gain political points. That's the point that I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker. When they come to this House and say on this side alone, there you go again.
42B.
When, you see, Madam Speaker, this is what I mean. It's either hypocrisy or they just can't comprehend. This Saudi loan of $77 million US dollars, saying that we're saddling the taxpayers that they're going to pay. The taxpayers are not going to pay for this loan. They are going to be producing electricity, and then they will sell it to BEL. So then BEL is going to pay the consumers. We're going to distribute so that then the consumers are going to be able to pay for that loan. And the taxpayers. But they are come just for their political, trying to gain political points. They are looking as being disingenuous, or that they can't understand or comprehend. If, God forbid, 1 year from now, we start to have rollout blackouts because CFE, Mexico, decides to cut electricity from Belize, you think that them crowd over the next side will come here and say, well, you know what, the government side, you know, when we're wrong, we should support you in investing for have more electricity? Because that is what's going to happen. If we do not invest in producing more electricity, they are going to cut us off. You think they are cut off Cancun? Yes, so they are not going to cut off Cancun, they are going to cut off Belize. Let me explain to you about BEL again. If she could just sit down and come and talk to us. The mandate of BEL is the distribution of electricity. That is why you have the PUC that calls out for companies to come and invest in producing electricity to be able to sell to BEL so that then BEL could distribute to its customers. But again, for trying to make political points, it embarrasses herself. She's embarrassing herself in trying to say why BEL not doing. BEL have some big investments to make. BEL have to make sure that they put another submarine line to San Pedro, to Ambergris Key, because the electricity consumption is going up by leaps and bounds because of this PUP government that have had people investing in San Pedro and tourism. BEL have to be able to invest on another new transmission line across this country, because the economy has been growing so fast that the present lines will soon not be able to be able to provide the amount of energy that we're using. Pretty soon, when we continue to encourage BEL to encourage consumers to be able to put solar panels in their homes and sell electricity back into the grid, they will have to invest in putting smart meters so that they could measure electricity going to the grid or coming into the house. But you come here and you embarrass yourself in making these allegations. Embarrass yourself to say this $77 million US, the taxpayers will have to pay. It is an investment. But yet, under their government, how much investment did we have in the production of electricity? We know the prince get a special exemption to be able to put up one dam. Very well know, you know, they know that Fortis has the license to do the dam. And if you were to go to the prince's website, he announced there that he has a license trying to con people to invest with him on a dam. The prince, you know the prince? Not the Belize, the prince from Belize. The one where the leader, opposition, jealous of. Can you be one of the leader?
Let's continue. Let's continue, Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, when you come and make these allegations, have your facts. What the member is not also saying that we have saved this country in borrowing the loans that were there over $1 billion, and that is the record. We have grown the economy about by 30% since we got into government. It has expanded by about 30%. Under their records, according to the IMF, the economy of Belize contracted by about 2% over the past 13 years of the Barrow administration. And you are going to pontificate if you are better off? When we raised minimum wage to $5, 42,000 Belizeans benefited from that bold decisions that we made. And you all are against. When the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry was talking and telling us that it is going to cause people to lose their jobs when we raise the minimum wage, ask how many people lose their jobs. None of them. Actually, they hire more people today thanks to a PUP government. And you are going to talk about you better off? Ask those 30% of Belizeans that were unemployed in November of 2020, of which right now we have an unemployment rate of less than 3%. Ask them if they're not better off today because they're working thanks to a PUP government. And you are come right here and talk and make the noises? When you then want to attack the Minister of Infrastructure Development about this $27 million that being disingenuous, that was $27 million of fat the UDP may have in there, in those contracts. How you think? Who you think may get $27 million if the UDP was still in government? You think the contractor may say that $27 million? That is what you need to ask. Here we have our Minister of Infrastructure Development with his team gone through the numbers and sat down with the contractor and point out, hold on, we are overpaying you by $27 million. We saved $27 million for the Belizean people. $27 million of fat. If there was a UDP government, who you think they're getting $27 million? Minister, member from Albert? Who you think may get that $27 million? Member from Albert, when you were speaking, I quietly listened to you. Not once did I interrupt you. Not once. Not once. I was very respectful to her.
Let's continue along that track.
$27 million of fat. You know? If the UDP was in government, you think the contractor may say that $27 million? No. Of course not. No, here we are, we saved that $27 million and we are giving it back to who deserve it, the Belizean people. Halover Bridge, $25 million to save, $27 million of fat. Who you think may get that $25 million? You think the contractor may say with that? If there was a UDP government? Boy, a lot of people say they never win the election. They say, boy, I am telling you as it is. And the point that we're making, Madam Speaker, when they come about this issue of borrowing, a lot of the loans that the Honourable Member from Marlborough were talking were loans that were already approved by the previous government. So we were drawing down on it. What our member was talking about was loans that we were making. And there's never on record, and I challenge the leader of the opposition to give me the proof, give me the evidence where we said that we would have never borrowed. We've never said that. We said that we are going to borrow smartly, that we are going to borrow to ensure that we could invest in the people of Belize, that we could invest to ensure that this economy could grow and create opportunities for the Belizean people. But not to invest so that certain people could get fat out of the hog. When you look at all these contracts, that's not what we've said. Madam Speaker, the reality is that we need to invest in more energy in this country. The economy is growing at a rapid pace. And at the pace that it's going, we'll not be able to keep up. One, the economy is growing so fast that now BL has to struggle to be able to put the necessary investment to be able to provide the energy that is needed. And secondly, Mexico has advised us, and the chairman of BL said it, that CFE advised them that at the current rate that they're growing, that they will eventually have to cut Belize. And what have we been doing? One of the things that we've been doing, Madam Speaker, I have personally been speaking and lobbying every president of Central America for them to allow us to be able to join the Central American grid, so that if something goes wrong in the north, we could join the Central American grid to be able to get electricity, because we cannot and we will not allow Belize to run out of energy. They had 13 years, 13 years to do that. Now they come here and pontificate. Oh, the poor people and about the electricity. The electricity rate has gone down since we get in a government, even if by a portion of a cent. What did you do? When did you come to this honorable house, member from Albert? When did you, my question?
Member for Albert. It's making it rather difficult. 42B.
Madam Speaker, when did the member from Albert, when was she first elected? 2012, right? 2012. 2015. 2015, all right. I'm going to give you some extra time. 2015. You never cut it in 2015, sorry, yes.
Members, let's go.
Madam Speaker, the point that I want to make, in the 5 years that she was in government, when did she ever come to this National Assembly and cry out for the poor people, and cry out that electricity too high, and cry out that we have to help the poor people? When? When? Not one day she ever come and ask for people to be able to, for free government. But now they will come here and pontificate and say, oh, we have to bring on the electricity rate, and all the taxpayers are going to pay for this load, when she knows well enough that it's not the taxpayers. She knows that this is an investment. She knows that we will have to pay, that we're going to pay less US dollars to Mexico. She knows that we are going to, one, that we also are meeting the agreement that we did to the environment about reducing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. She knows that eventually, with more of these with these plants, these solar plants, because we're going to be building more of them, And there are a lot of people that are prepared to come and invest, legitimate investors, not hustlers, that will come to be able to invest for more energy in this country. She knows that eventually we're going to be able to bring down the price. She knows, but they don't want success in this country. Exactly. You said it right. They don't want to see this government to succeed, but I'm telling you, this government is going to succeed because we are going to do right by the Belizean people. You can't have your cake and eat it. You can't come to this house and say, oh, that one bad load, but yes, we need to invest in solar. You can't have it both ways. You either say, good, or you want to put, but you can't have it both ways. Everybody will tell you that this is a good investment. Everybody will tell you that this is going to give us energy security. Everybody will tell you this is good for the environment. Everybody will tell you that this is an investment in the interest of the Belizean people, and I urge both sides of this National Assembly to support this loan motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honourable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all the stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Development Bank Agriculture and Industrial Line of Credit for the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, for US $12.5 million loan guarantee motion 2023. Madam Speaker, we're going through the entire recitals, and I will explain what is it that we're doing, but the loan amount is for US $12,500,000, which is from the special fund resources of the bank. And the purpose is to support the financing of subloans for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, the MSMEs, for agriculture and industrial credit in the productive sector. The term is for a payment of for 25 years with following 5 years grace period. The interest rate, you need to listen to this one, the interest rate is at 0.75%, less than 1%, Madam Speaker, per annum, on the loan disbursed. The disbursement schedule is the first disbursement shall be submitted by the 30th of September 2023, with the loan being disbursed up to the 31st of September 2026. Repayment period will be repaid in 100 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installment, and the first one due 5 years from now. The commitment period, the loan shall be totally committed by the borrower by 31st December 2025 on or on such later date as may be specified in writing by the bank. On the security, the government of Belize is a sovereign guarantee. It is important to make, Madam Speaker, to make this very clear, that this is a loan from CDB to the DFC. This is not a loan to the government of Belize. The government is being asked to guarantee this loan as it has done for previous loans by CDB to the DFC. When this application was presented to the CDB board for consideration, the directors were advised that had this application from DFC been received in 2019, this loan would not have been entertained. This loan would have been rejected. The board was advised by the CDB experts that they have seen nothing short of a transformation happening at DFC over the last 2 years. They reported that DFC was one of the only development finance institutions in the Caribbean to turn a profit in 2022. The only one. When we came into office, we found a DFC that was losing money. It had losses of $1.9 million at the end of 2022, and negative retained earnings of $13 million under the UDP administration. $13 million of losses. To address this situation, Madam Speaker, we appointed a chairman with a mandate to operate DFC like a business and to provide better service to Belizeans. At the end of 2021, that loss was reduced to $600,000. And by the end of 2022, the DFC earned a profit of $1.06 million. In addition to a financial turnaround, the CDB experts also observes that the operating ratio, the amount of every dollar used to cover expenses, had reduced from 81% at the end of 2020 to 54% at the end of 2022. And this 54% is well within the prudential standards of 60%. The CDB experts also said that they are encouraged by the new and innovative products developed and launched by the DFC since 2021. Madam Speaker, just this past June, the DFC won an international award, a World Cup for Development Finance Institutions, when the Latin American Association for Development Finance Institutions, which includes the Caribbean, a leading, recognized the DFC We Empower loan program or product that is geared to women of any age and young males between 19 and 29. Yes, the DFC is leading the way of empowering women and our young people. This is a cornerstone of our promise that we made to the Belizean people on the Plan Belize. The CDB experts also recognize that in talking to the new leadership of the DFC, they saw a clearly articulated vision, purpose, and innovation. They were impressed with the work being done to modernize DFC and the process of digital transformation that is already underway. All this, Madam Speaker, while DFC is feeling the full brunt of the effects of inflation on the global financial markets. The DFC development business model is different from the commercial banks, where the commercial banks lend their clients savings deposits. The DFC borrows from regional and international financial institutions like the CDB and the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. Loans to the DFC are priced based on an international interest like the Secure Overnight Finance Rate, referred to as SOFR, plus a margin set by the lender. This SOFR rate, Madam Speaker, is tied to the interest rate set by the U.S. Federal Reserve. The SOFR has become what we would say a sufferation for the DFC every time the chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve announces an increase in interest rates to bring U.S. inflation back down to 2%. The loan signed with the IDB in 2021 was priced at 1.2% interest rate per annum to the DFC. As interest rates have gone up worldwide, the interest cost for that same loan that we signed in 2021 for 1.2% now stands at 5.99% per annum. Yes. It hurts small economies like us. Likewise, DFC has experienced increases from CDB from 2.5% to as high as 5.5% per annum. Just as we did with the Blue Bond and the Petro-Caribe loans, our administration has been proactive to support the DFC in managing its interest rate risk. We negotiated a US $5 million facility at a fixed interest rate of 2% to blend with the IDB financing. You understand what I say, right, Leader of Opposition? You look last. I can understand. You do that so you could reduce the total interest rate. We also reach out to CDB as early as September last year to grant our approval for DFC to access this $12.5 million from Belize's quota of special fund resources, the SFR. Now, special fund that we could access. And the SFR is a concessionary financing priced at a fixed rate of 0.75% per annum. It's fixed, not going up. This will allow the DFC to continue to offer competitive price products to small businesses while assisting in managing its net interest margin. This loan provides additional investment into growing the Belizean economy and relieves the interest rate pressures on the DFC. Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I seek the unanimous support of this Honorable House for this loan and guarantee motion.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the only one lost is the Prime Minister and his government, who have lost their way. So as I sit and I listen to you, the problem is that nothing you say we can believe. Nobody believes you. In 2.5 years, your government has lost all credibility. One word, Geratowicz. I won't say anymore. Maybe something else. Senate inquiry. It's not just the former minister that they're investigating. So when you come and you tell us about DFCs and loans, we have to remind the Belizean people about your sordid history. The People's United Party's sordid history. I believe you were Deputy Prime Minister at the time. You've been around quite some time. You know, it reminds me of a bad remake of Snow White and the 31 Dwarfs, a la the member from Orange Walk East. But let me go through it to show you why that 908 million dollars, sorry, that $908 million is worrisome to us, Madam Speaker. This PUP government, Madam Speaker, has a history of coming with these types of loans, 25 million for DFC. Let me tell you the history of DFC and the PUP. 76 million. This is when they were borrowing from the commercial banks, Madam Speaker. 76 million from Royal Merchant Bank. 25 million US Royal Merchant Bank. 17.5 million US from Citicorp. 2 million Citicorp. 1 million Citicorp. 18 million International Bank of Miami. 22 million International Bank of Miami. 50 million International Bank of Miami, Madam Speaker. And then, you know, that would be good because we would anticipate that a prudent, responsible, honest government would be investing these sums of money to develop the nation. But that is not what they did, Madam Speaker. This PUP party, with this Prime Minister as the Deputy Prime Minister at the time, his Prime Minister was Said Musa, bankrupt the DFC, Madam Speaker. So when they come into this honorable house and they read these presentations written by technocrats, and so immature and so sophomoric, always try to distract from the substance and the content of the debate by making personal attacks and pretending as if they're so smart. No, it is not the case. You're not smart. You're only fooling yourself. The Belizean people know what the PUP and DFC has meant to this country, Madam Speaker. So we can't just sit here when these loans are coming. I was in Toledo East last weekend, Toledo West last weekend. I travel all over this country, Madam Speaker, from village to village and tongue to tongue. And everybody, the ball, Madam Speaker. So when they tell you about making these loans for the benefit of the Belizean people, that is not the reality on the ground, and you will see it in March, Madam Speaker. But let me tell you what the reality was under the PUP, and what we're afraid is happening, because unfortunately you don't get to uncover it until sometimes it's too late. I'm sure my colleague, the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, will make sure that we catch it before it's too late. But Madam Speaker, you go to Mahogany Heights scandal, the mortgage securitization project. You go to Intelco. You go to the dredging of Port of Belize. You go to the Small Farmers Bank, the Los Lagos Housing Project, the Universal Health Services, the Soybean Project, the Novellos Project, that's the 30 million, Madam Speaker. 87 million, 78 million, 50 million, 40 million, 23 million, 10 million, 7 million, for a total of $478 million that this PUP Prime Minister, when he was Deputy Prime Minister, his government at the time, squandered, Madam Speaker. So this is what we're concerned about, because yes, it sounds good. I would love that the farmers throughout this country can get support. But this government, this PUP party, has proven to be dishonest and has proven to be corrupt, Madam Speaker. So what will happen? Their cronies will go to the DFC and take out these loans, not for the purposes of these loans, Madam Speaker. And sooner or later, we'll be dealing with a bankrupt DFC with no benefit to the Belizean people, Madam Speaker. This is who the PUP are. And this is the problem that Belizeans have with politicians, because they hire the technocrats to write these sophisticated speeches. And as true elitists they are, it's such an irony, a left-wing government, supposed to be socialist, but they're elitists. They get up here and they want to outsmart everybody, but the bottom line is the bottom line. People are suffering. The PUP has a sordid history of corruption when it comes to the DFC and to loans, Madam Speaker, and we are concerned. We had $908 million, Madam Speaker, in 2.5 years, and this is why we are concerned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you can't have it both ways. I've told them you either support or you don't support. Here we're pointing out that here is a loan that we are borrowing of where we are going to pay 0.75%. And you can still come back with stuff from the past. So what we're supposed to do? So we shouldn't do anything?
No.
The point.
Side was completely quiet during your contribution.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The point that I'm making is that here we have, in just 2 short years, we have turned around the DFC. In just 2 short years, the DFC is winning awards. In just 2 short years, the CDB is saying now that the DFC has gained credibility under our government, under this present PUP government, under Plan Belize. Under this government, the DFC has won a special award where they are making monies available to women and to young people. something that they never thought about. And then they still come and start to talk, oh, it's good, but we don't support. Make up your mind. You can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it. We are talking about this loan. And in any way that you take a look at this loan, Madam Speaker, this is a good loan for the DFC. And I want to also point out, just for the honorable member from Albert, that later I now can say that we borrowed 12.5. This is a sovereign guarantee by the government of Belize for the DFC, so that we could continue to help our small business people, the small man and woman that need access to be able to financing, to be able to make their life better. I urge both sides of this National Assembly, Madam Speaker, to support this loan motion. Thank you.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honourable House to have the motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank Water Supply Modernization Program, US $5 million loan and guarantee motion 2023. Madam Speaker, without going through the recitals, and then I'll give an explanation. The principal loan is for US $5 million, and the disbursement schedule is for over a period of 4 years on the effective date of the loan contract, but may be extended subject to the consent of the Government of Belize and IDB. The loan term is 25 years of a 66-month grace period on principal repayments. The repayment period is to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $128,205.12. The purpose is to reduce service gaps between urban and rural areas and to strengthen the institutional capacity of BWSL, and the interest rate will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per the so far based interest rate plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans. Madam Speaker, in May, the IDB approved a loan for $5 million for BWSL, or Belize Water Services Limited. And this loan was subject to a sovereign guarantee for the implementation of a water supply and modernization program. Again, this is another sovereign guarantee that Belize is required to give, which has been done also in the past. This loan is supplemented by a grant of $1 million for a total financing of $6 million. So in effect, we have arranged for them to borrow $5 million, but also the IDB is giving us a grant, free money of $1 million. That will enable for the effective interest rate is going to be less than what is being charged on the loan that we're talking about right here. So the principal objective of this program is to increase access to water services in areas just on the outskirts of urban areas and rural areas. It's also intended to improve the operational and financial performance of BWSL in selected service areas with a focus on climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. Through the water network expansion, 112 households in Harmonyville and the suburbs of Bamapan will benefit directly. Smart meters are going to be installed for 7,000 customers in Placencia, Kikoka, and San Pedro. To the energy efficient element of the program, a total of 42,000 customers, 38,000 households, and 4,000 businesses will benefit. Under the disinfection element, to be implemented in the Belize and Orange Walk districts, as well as in areas in San Ignacio, Bamapan, and San Pedro, which is a part of the Belize district. A total of 48,500 customers are going to be served. In this instance, it's going to be 44,000 households and 4,500 businesses. Madam Speaker, this investment project loan clearly serves the public good by increasing and modernizing water access to tens of thousands of Belizeans living in rural and urban communities. And it is for this reason, Madam Speaker, that once again, I look forward to the full support of this Honorable House on this motion from both sides of this Honorable House.
I recognize the member.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend the Prime Minister of presenting that motion to the House. Water is an essence of life, and if we can provide potable drinking water to the majority of Belizeans, then we are providing for the family. I come from a region where water is a demand, the Stankwik district or the Stankwik West constituency. And I'm constantly in dialogue with BWS to see if they can expand their services to some villages in my constituency that is having difficulty getting potable drinking water for the people of that region. So with this loan, I believe they should be able to, in the very near future, as they expand their program, to be able to satisfy the needs of the Belizean people practically across the country. And while I stand here, Madam Speaker, I'd like to use the opportunity to recognize the importance of sports in this country. Well, the last month we were significant in development of sports and activities. And first we started with female under 19 volleyball, and our team placed second in that competition. Then we went to under 17 basketball and we came in third. We are not going to represent the region. We are the champion of Central America in the Americas in July of next year. We went into the Kodokadere Games, which is under 15, and our boys placed third, and they got the bronze likewise. So we are doing extremely well. Unfortunately, last night our male volleyball team lost to Guatemala by a set of 3-0. It's unfortunate. Yeah, but I hope we can get back tonight and tomorrow thereafter. Yeah, we also have the powerlifting coming back from what is the place? Grand Cayman. And they are bringing back several golds, several medals, several bronze, and several silver. So I want to congratulate them likewise. And from the National Sports Council, with limited budget, we try to support them as much as we can. After they come back at every event, we try to have a dinner for them so they feel appreciated. Also, the under 15 football, I think it's playing in Curacao. They lost 2 games and won 2. We hope that they will now maybe prevail and come in at least with a bronze. So that said, thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to make a recommendation to the Prime Minister and the government. If they're serious about reform and good governance, what we have here on the BWS board, on the DFC board, and many of these boards, all of the board members are appointed by the Prime Minister, all of them. And so I want to be forward-thinking. It's not good to live in the past of what your predecessor did. Just a suggestion that you could get a greater buy-in from the opposition, from social partners in spending their money, in taking out these loans. In taking out these loans, it would be something for you to consider to have members of the opposition and the social partners on these boards. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this loan motion. Madam Speaker, this loan motion has as its objective the increase of access to water services in peri-urban and rural areas, and also to improve the planning capacity and operational performance of BWS in selected service areas with a focus on climate change adaptation and mitigation. Madam Speaker, we should see water expansion investments with this loan. Also, critically, water disinfection equipment will be provided to, as I understand it, approximately 40 villages across the country, which is critical so that our citizens can have access to clean, potable water. We should see efficiency in the energy being used by BWS. Also, Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Prime Minister correctly indicated, we shall see smart metering across the country. Madam Speaker, this expansion project will support economic development and improve access to safe and reliable potable water to the residents of Harmonyville and the Belmopan suburbs. Specifically, this project seeks to expand the existing water distribution system of BWS to meet current and future potable water demands for the residents and businesses of these areas. Water disinfection equipment will improve the water quality and promote direct consumption, and hopefully it will reduce the people's dependence on costly bottled water. Madam Speaker, the energy proficiency aspect of this project will reduce the carbon footprint from the operations of BWS, and that will help us with our international commitments. And also, Madam Speaker, we expect that the smart metering will help to reduce losses from non-revenue water and also to expedite response time. This will also promote water conservation efforts due to real-time monitoring capabilities. Madam Speaker, this again is another example of this government working to meet the basic needs of this country, Madam Speaker. This is a government that has at its core the needs of our people, and we are working to achieve the goals and plans as stated in Plan Belize under the leadership of the Honorable John Briceño. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition, so it's something that we can take to consider. As long as we don't go Alberto Vargas, because Alberto Vargas was disruptive, but something to consider. Madam Speaker, once again, I urge both sides of the House to support this motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the bills and motions listed below pass this day. 1. Accounting Records Maintenance Amendment Bill 2023. 2. Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2023. Saudi Fund for Development Construction of Solar Energy Plant Project, 288,750,000 Saudi Riyals, US 77 million, loan motion 2023. 4. Caribbean Development Bank Agricultural and Industrial Line of Credit for the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, US 12.5 million, loan and guarantee motion 2023. And 5. Inter-American Development Bank Water Supply and Modernization Program, US 5.0 million, loan and guarantee motion 2023. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills and motions. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 214/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Accounting Records Maintenance Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 215/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2023. Number HR 216/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Saudi Fund for Development, construction of solar energy plant project, 288,750,000 Saudi riyals, equivalent of US $77 million, loan motion 2023. Number HR 217/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Caribbean Development Bank agricultural and industrial line of credit for the Development Finance Corporation DFC of US $12.5 million, loan and guarantee motion 2023. Number HR 218/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank Water Supply and Modernization Program for US $5 million loan and guarantee motion 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would have a positive impact on improving the reliability of the electrical network and reduce the cost of electricity to the national electricity provider, as well as improve the energy sector and contribute to the economic development of Belize, approves, confirms, and ratifies that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the term and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith, with effect from 1st August 2023.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would have a positive impact on improving the reliability of the electrical network and reduce the cost of electricity to national electricity provider, as well as improve the energy sector and contribute to the economic development of Belize, approves, confirms, and ratifies that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Saudi Fund for Development on the term and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith, with effect from 1st of August 2023. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the line of credit from the bank to the DFC will increase the number of viable MSMEs lending to enhance productivity, capacity to contribute to the economic growth and export potential of Belize, and sustaining and creating employment opportunities, 1. Approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $12.5 million from the bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. And 2. Approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, free, duty, or surcharge, tax, fee, duty, or surcharge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And 3, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the bank on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith.
Honourable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the line of credit from the bank to the DFC will increase the number of viable MSMEs, leading to enhanced productive capacity to contribute to economic growth and the export potential of Belize, and sustaining and creating employment opportunities. 1. Approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of US $12.5 million from the bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. 2. Approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. 3. Further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the bank on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that the Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would assist the Government of Belize in its continued efforts to expand the water distribution system of BWSL to meet current and future potable water demands for the citizens of Belize, as well as make advancements through the implementation of relevant technologies in the sector. 1. Approves that BWSL may borrow the said sum of US $5 million from the IDB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the BWSL to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. And 2, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And 3, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the IDB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith.
Honourable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honourable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would assist the Government of Belize in its continued efforts to expand the water distribution system of BWSL to meet current and future potable water demands for the citizens of Belize, as well as make advancements through the implementation of relevant technologies in the sector. 1. Approves that the BWSL may borrow the said sum of US $5.0 million from the IDB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of BWSL to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. 2. Approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And 3. Further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the IDB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Accounting Records Maintenance Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 126, Section 01 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at its registered office or office of its registered agent in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 26101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at its registered office or office of its registered agent in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable... One second.
The bill for an act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 26101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at their registered office or office of its registered agents in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Belize, this is the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to vary the rates of duty on sanitary products, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for... Oh, apologies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise briefly on the second reading of this bill. It is important, Madam Speaker, and it is something that we had to do as a matter of housekeeping because it required the amendment to the legislation because of the proposed removal of all the taxes on women's sanitary products. Now, Madam Speaker, we know that this agreement was made and this decision was made by Cabinet probably 2 months ago, and I think it met with a lot of reaction, a lot of positive reaction. Certainly, we are still very, very grateful to Ms. Saidi Quetzal, to the Special Envoy, and to the National Women's Commission, and all of those who had to do with the proposal to Cabinet that the taxes be completely removed on the female sanitary products. Now, what happened is that in relation to the Common External Tariff of CARICOM, it was necessary for us to get approval. We couldn't just go right ahead and do it. We needed to get the approval of CARICOM in order to effect the full removal of all the taxes because of that Common External Tariff and the fact that I think the female sanitary products are manufactured in Trinidad and Tobago and other CARICOM countries. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say full support that we were able to get this amendment done with the approval of CARICOM, and now we can put it into actual place. Now, I only want to mention, Madam Speaker, that sometimes after government makes a decision, we are not able all the time to put it in place immediately. It does take a while, because I do know that people who have been concerned about looking at the prices on the shelves, some of them have said, oh, this isn't happening fast enough. I don't see the taxes removed on the tampons and the napkins and towels. I don't see that immediately. Well, it does take time, Madam Speaker, and so I'm happy to say today that we are able to do this amendment and make sure that now we have the necessary teeth to put in place the legislation and also to put in place the monitoring and the policing of the products on the shelf. So I want to thank all of those who have had to do with this. I want to say this is doing the correct thing according to what we had agreed and what we had proposed. And so it is a good day when we are able to carry out our commitments, but also be in keeping with the regulations of CARICOM. I do want to mention, Madam Speaker, I was looking at the news the other day, and you know, we have to keep up with our international news. And I was looking at the news the other day, and it was saying that on the continent of Africa, now Africa is a diverse continent with many, many, many countries, but the news was saying that in many African countries, female sanitary products are so expensive that many women cannot even afford. Many women cannot even afford to access the female sanitary products. So I am pleased once again, Madam Speaker. It's not a victory lap or anything. It's just to say to Belizean women that we have your back, we have done what we said we were going to do, and we're putting in place the full mechanism now. And so we look for the taxes to go down. And thank you for that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize honorable members. The question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, and to vary the rates of duty on sanitary products and provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to vary the rate of duties on sanitary products, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Belize Constitution 11th Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2021, to provide additional grounds for the disqualification of a person as a member of the National Assembly and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, when this bill was read the first time, I went into greater detail as to the genesis of this amendment and why the Cabinet, and by extension the government, felt that this amendment was necessary. But let me just go through a few brief points, if you'll allow me, Madam Speaker. Number one, this amendment is in line with the reforms that you are advocating for, Madam Speaker, having to do with a stricter code of ethics, having to do with a stricter standard for members of this honorable House. And I commend you, Madam Speaker, for your efforts in making sure that this House is kept to the highest of standards. Now, Madam Speaker, after this bill was first introduced in the House, there was a period for objections and comments to come before the House Committee, what the constitutional lawyers like to call a cooling off period. Well, normally the cooling off period is 90 days, but in this instant, it actually lasted much longer than that. It lasted for a couple of years, Madam Speaker, for Belizean public to send in their comments, to send in their objections, to raise any matters that they had with this particular amendment. Madam Speaker, there were only 2 such comments sent in. One of them had to do with on a personal nature with the leader of the opposition, so I don't need to raise that today. The second one, and it is a valid point raised by Mr. Caleb Orozco, and it's something that we should look at, I believe, that if the act is something that would not have resulted in a term of imprisonment in Belize, but it had happened in another country, and I'll go into the details, Madam Speaker, in terms of the sections being amended. But if this act had happened in another country and it resulted in a term of imprisonment, but it would not have resulted in a term of imprisonment in Belize, then, Madam Speaker, certainly this amendment should not apply. This disqualification should not apply because there are some countries that still have discriminatory legislation, statutes on their books, actions that are not criminal in Belize, and we certainly don't want it to be discriminatory in the way that this amendment is applied. So, Madam Speaker, that's certainly something that we need to look at. The third point, Madam Speaker, is that looking at the amendments have to do with terms of imprisonment for crimes or for actions that are serious, Madam Speaker. Violent crime. We've heard throughout the day the calls for reducing violent crime in our country. Yet, we would allow somebody with a criminal conviction in the past to sit in this honorable House? Crimes of moral turpitude, actions of moral turpitude. We're talking about actions that have gravely violated the accepted standards of the Belizean community. This is what we're looking at, Madam Speaker. And certainly, crimes or actions that have to do with abuse of public office and corruption, Madam Speaker. Currently, the section deals only with offenses dealing with elections. We need to expand that. And the reason why we need to expand that is because we have signed on to the UN Convention Against Corruption, Madam Speaker. This is a requirement coming under UNCAC, that we expand the offenses here that would disqualify members of Parliament, members in the National Assembly from serving in the National Assembly. Not just offenses having to do with elections, but corruption offenses, abuse of office offenses, Madam Speaker. These are all areas that these sections, these amendments of sections 58, 59, 63, and 64 of this Belize Constitution deal with, looking at these offenses. As I said, Madam Speaker, this is a requirement under UNCAC, and we've heard so many persons talking about, advocating for the government to make sure that we are complying with our promises under UNCAC, that what we have to do under UNCAC, and this includes protected disclosures, civil asset recovery, unexplained wealth order, reforms to the Public Accounts Committee, the strengthening of the Integrity Commission, the Contractor General's Office. These are all areas under the convention that we have worked on already, Madam Speaker. Now we are working on this amendment to make sure that we comply with what is found in this convention. Madam Speaker, we expect our public officers, and we're giving our public officers good governance training. We expect our public officers to provide the most efficient and the most effective public service that the Belizean people can get. Members of this honorable House must be held to even higher standards, must be held to the highest standard, Madam Speaker. The Belizean people deserve this, the Belizean people demand it, and we as a government will make sure that we comply with their wishes. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Massapequa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What hypocrisy and what hogwash, Madam Speaker. This 11th Amendment is nothing more than a weaponization of the Constitution of Belize to attack a political opponent, Madam Speaker. None other than the Prime Minister, when they first brought this to the House, told me this will not fly, he will not stand for this. Beyond him, the social partners wrote to the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, to express great alarm at the piecemeal approach to the constitutional amendments that were coming forward. And they requested an immediate cease to such arbitrary actions, Madam Speaker. And that is when the Prime Minister, his members that sit on the House Committee for Constitution that evaluates these types of amendments, all agreed that they would stay any such amendment to the Constitution and allow for the People's Constitution Commission to be created, which we have since done, spent millions of dollars, and now 2.5 years later, when no confidence motions are being put forward, when political corruption is being alleged, when the Senate is investigating members of the cabinet. No, according to the member from Kayo South, because they get hot, so we have to deal with everything. This, Madam Speaker, is nothing more than a desperate attempt for the PUP to hold on to power. And the member from Kayo South said as much. He said, listen, we can't have the leader of the opposition become the prime minister because we have to have certain level of caliber. Now, Madam Speaker, that sounds like a fascist state. This is a democracy. And all that we have read says that this is the people's house. The people decide who comes into this house. There are some of my colleagues that would say the people in Orange Walk must have dropped on their head to have been electing the member from Orange Walk Central for 30 years. But that is not for us to decide. They decide that. So we have to respect their decision. So who are you? Who are you, member from Fort George? Who are you, member from Kayo South, the drivers behind this recommendation, to decide what caliber belongs in here? You want to tell me, you want to tell the Belizean people that you have more credibility than the drafters of our Constitution? I reject that. When the Constitution was drafted, it was drafted by able, competent people. I can't say the same for you. Which is why we agreed to go to the People's Constitution Commission, so that we can have a bipartisan evaluation of our Constitution, which is there to protect rights, not take away rights. Not because you elitists think that, oh, only this caliber should belong in the House of Representatives and we need a greater standard. Huh? That is not for you to decide. For 43 years, our Constitution protected the right of members of society to participate in all forms of our democracy. How? Who is calling for this? Which social partner is calling for this? Who is driving this? What remedy are you trying to prescribe here? What societal ill, what threat to our national security is happening here? Nothing. This is political targeting. This is weaponization of the Constitution. It is a dark day for Belize. And your bilateral partners are watching. They're watching. The world is watching. You know, Madam Speaker, you have a government that Hugo Chavez You love Hugo Chavez. You love his Petrocarib money. You love his Petrocarib money, yes? It was the PUP. It was the PUP. It was the PUP. It was the PUP that first did the Petrocarib deal with Hugo Chavez, and it was the United Democratic Party that was able to unlock it. But you, sir, just met with Maduro. You just met with Maduro to get new deals done. Exactly. So you listen. Excuse me, 42B.
Members, please. Yeah, no, member, no. That's why we have 42B. Continue.
Okay, yes, Madam Speaker. The point I'm trying to make, Hugo Chavez, 2 years in prison before he became the head of Venezuela. Pepe, Lula, many leaders, Mandela. George Price was sentenced to a year by the British. And that is what you guys are. You are neo-colonial masters. At least that is what you're trying to pretend to be. And you are the champion of hypocrisy. You talk about decolonization. This is an affront to decolonization, sir. Yes, it is an affront to decolonization because you have no right to decide. Your government has no right to decide against our Constitution that was in place. I am not in violation of the Constitution. You may be in violation of the Constitution when that Senate inquiry is done, but not me, sir. I have done nothing to violate our Constitution, to violate our criminal code. Nothing. And for 43 years.
Members, can you have your seat, please? I appreciate the gravity of the bill before us, but I'm asking, please, for respect for the 42B. There cannot be this crosstalk. It was said earlier in other debates that the government side respected. All I'm asking that we continue to do that. Yes, and there are point of orders when that is not done. Please, let's continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, again, the hypocrisy of this government to talk about decolonization and dismantling the oppressive regime that the British left here, and to now come, Madam Speaker, when, again, our Constitution, as I said, is to protect the rights that were there. You can't take away rights. You can't do that. And that will fail in the court, so I have no doubt or no concern, Madam Speaker. But it has to be highlighted for the Belizean people to see what a fascist government they have, Madam Speaker. What a lawless government they have, Madam Speaker. What a discriminatory government they have, Madam Speaker. What a dishonest government. Because this government told the social partners, told the churches, and I spoke to all of them. Spoke to Reverend Bengoshe, and he said, well, you know where I stand as far as this is concerned. These things need to be ventilated at the public, the People's Constitution Commission. But all we see is the true nature of the PUP, Madam Speaker. I quote, the most egregious, arrogant act of any Belizean government since independence is how one constitutional lawyer described this, Madam Speaker. You go to Dylan Vernon, Madam Speaker. When the bill first came out, he said, my first impression is that Belize will be unique in the Commonwealth, Caribbean at least, for having this sort of amendment in its constitution, if passed, which would prevent someone from participating fully in the democratic process based on a past offense. And we have to understand what this is, Madam Speaker. This is no simple amendment of the Constitution. Belize will in fact be unique, and Dylan Vernon, Ambassador Vernon, Dr. Vernon, PhD, because Prime Minister thinks everyone is stupid except him. I want you to question his credibility. But that leads me to you, member from Fort George. You're supposed to be the Minister of Religious Affairs. And you always talk about the fact that our country is founded on Christian values. So what Christian values are you thinking about when you think it's okay that you would disqualify a member of our society based on something that happened 25 years ago, 10 years ago? The law is so general, Madam Speaker. It does not even distinguish the different types of offenses that would lead to such a harsh implementation of the law, Madam Speaker. But again, I ask you to ask yourselves and the Belizean people to ask, who are you, how you would deem yourselves smarter and wiser than our forebears that drafted this Constitution? And, Madam Speaker, they did so in the way that they did for the very reasons that you claim that your granduncle, man, we used to go pray every day. Because we are a nation of religious beliefs. I want to be inclusive, Christian, Muslim, Jewish. That is who we are. And we don't condemn people in perpetuity, Mr. Minister of Religion. And our forefathers, our foremothers, our forebearers knew that when they wrote the Constitution, kind sir. They knew that. That's why the Constitution says anyone who is serving a sentence. You know why they put that? Because even in the great United States, who you play like you don't love, but you know you love very much, even the President of the United States, if he was convicted, could become the President of the United States. So your laws that you are trying to implement go against not only Commonwealth laws, but laws from some of the greatest democracies in this hemisphere. So again, Madam Speaker, the question has to be asked. How are we now at a point where this government thinks that they are smarter and wiser than our forebears, who drafted the amendment specifically to deal with a problem that would arise if someone got elected and they were serving a sentence? Then they could not come to this honorable house, they could not go into their constituencies. But our forebears did not contemplate penalizing members of our society for past transgressions, Madam Speaker. They simply did not. And another matter that gives great concern is the fact that now they want the law, and this is why it is ad hominem. And so when I say weaponization, I'm not speaking superfluously. I am speaking reality, Madam Speaker. Because I have done no crime in Belize. I committed one crime in my entire life, 25 years ago, which is a reckless assault. So you want to talk about Mr. Caleb? My crime in the United States is punishable by a fine here in Belize, sir. So what you're trying to accomplish is going to fail on so many fronts, just making yourself look bad. But, Madam Speaker, there is a reason that our forebears drafted the Constitution the way that they did to restrict the application to the Commonwealth. Because we are a Commonwealth nation, so our values that drive our laws are different than other hemispheres, Madam Speaker. So it is not some loophole, it is not some oversight of our forebears, Madam Speaker. It was deliberate, because in other nations, as you wanted to point out, Mr. Caleb, people would be sentenced to more than a year for their sexual orientation. People would be sentenced to more than a year for their religious beliefs. people would be sentenced to more than a year for their political beliefs, which is the dangerous trend that we see happening here, when the government will amend the Constitution to target one member of the House. It is not for any of you to decide who sits in here. It is for the people out there to decide. And when you came with it 2.5 years ago, you, Kyle South, say, oh, the man can't even go to States. The American do. Make a go to States for show you that you're draconian, you're backward, unsophisticated way of thinking is not the way of the world. And then you look at the discriminatory ramifications of this, the elitist ramifications of this, Madam Speaker, and it underlines PUP hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. Because you, member from Freetown, you are on the news defending Ruth Showman, the president of the BNTU. Sir, you call that caliber? Is that the caliber that you think is worthwhile? When she was arrested and charged for theft, and the only reason she did not go to jail is because she settled and agreed to pay back the people's money that she was accused and arrested and charged for stealing. But you, member from Freetown, I remember you vividly. You said, oh, make we get over that. That's the past. That what we to worry about the past for. You know, she has reformed. She has moved on with her life. And this is the problem with this law, Madam Speaker. It is elitist and it is discriminatory because you will pick and choose who reform and who no reform. And that is not what our Constitution is meant to do. Our Constitution is meant to protect everyone's right to reform and to rehabilitate. Our Constitution should not contract, should not remove that right from any Belizean. In fact, you should be strengthening the laws to protect the rights of Belizeans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you look at our judicial system and you look at the people that are most involved in the judicial system, they come from certain ethnic background, Madam Speaker. And we just celebrated Emancipation Day. A member from Lakei gave an impassioned speech about the impacts to this day of slavery in this country. The member from Freetown, we shared our thoughts on that personally, and we have similar views. But then you can't say one thing and support legislations that are colonial in nature. That's how the Legislative Council used to do it. It was all the British, European, former slave owners who were the only landowners, and you couldn't own any land as a formerly enslaved person because you couldn't afford it. We didn't get any reparations, didn't give us anything. And so they made the laws. So yes, they may be rolling over in their grave because they might look like you, member from Kyle South, and closer to you, member from Fort George, but not like me, you see? But my ancestors helped to found this nation and build this nation. And when you talk about reparations, I represent that. I represent that, and I told not just you, I told the British High Commissioner that. What they owe to Belize, and what they need to do to fix, to help to fix the problems that their wealth extraction journey caused to our nation. So how can you stand there and talk about decolonization and pride yourselves that you were the first to officially acknowledge Emancipation Day, but then now you're passing a law? You haven't fixed the problem on the south side because we have a state of emergency there right now. Nothing has changed. In fact, it has gotten worse with your government, and you're employing the same tactics. Lock up man for gang affiliation and just throw everybody in a jail and hope they cool down and then bring them back out. no fixtures to the ailments. How does this amendment treat any of our societal problems? In fact, it sends the wrong message to people in society that only friend and company, crony, and nepotistic affiliates can have a chance in our society. You know why I frighten you? Because I represent the outsider. I represent the people that you have forgotten, the people that you have dismissed. You claim that for 13 years the UDP did that, and you came in and did the same thing. Many of your members on that side, Prime Minister, they loathe you for the way that you abandon your pro-poor poverty alleviation pledges. And so what does this legislation do other than keep those people out? Because that's what some of you elitists believe, that only certain people for day in this house. Huh? Dean Barrow, my exception if you come from South Side. Dennis Barrow, the exception if you go the CCJ justice. But that's what the world should be. That's what Belize should be. Belize should be a diverse melting pot. The House of Representatives should be diverse. I don't like the member from Cayo South, but the people elected him, and that is their right. You can't have homogeny in this house. You can't say, oh, the only they are kind of people. Then it's not the people's house. Pass legislation to change it to the elitist house, Madam Speaker. So it is something that needs to be looked at and is being looked at, Madam Speaker, so that the public can see the hypocrisy and the dishonesty of this government, Madam Speaker. I was listening to Krem this morning. Same Krem that believed in you guys are in dismay. And it is dishonest for the member from Fort George to say that there was no public outrage. Yaya Marin is an activist. And her and many other members of society, human rights lawyers, diaspora and Belizeans, they were holding consultations on this for months and months. Dickie Bradley, Michelle Trapp, many people oppose this. You go right to the People's Constitution Commission. None other than your father-in-law, the chairman, shared a story with me that when he was a boy, he chopped somebody, he assaulted somebody, which in another nation, you may go in a jail and may bangles you. So he understands redemption. He understands reform. So don't be hypocrites. Don't be dishonest. Don't betray your pledge of good governance. Don't betray your commitment to poverty alleviation and to uplifting the people by targeting your political opponent and not having any care for the collateral damage, because this will cause great collateral damage. This will cause great unrest in this nation. You hear the social partners. It's not me telling you. They wrote to the Prime Minister to tell the Prime Minister, leave the Constitution alone. Let the bipartisan committee deal with it. There are other members in here, I won't say their name because I like them, I get along with them, that have some serious accusations against them. So when you talk, yes, member from Fort George. So when you talk about caliber, be careful, sir. Be careful. Because your elitist ideologies will come back to haunt you, Madam Speaker. Again, our Constitution is supposed to be an instrument that marries a delicate balance between justice and power, Madam Speaker. Justice and power. As I wrap up, what we really need to understand here is the purpose of a constitution. A constitution is to protect human rights, protect civil rights. And any such exercise, Madam Speaker, to amend the Constitution should be with a view to expand the rights of Belizeans, to strengthen the rights of Belizeans. This is not time for your petty undertaking, for your jokes and your criticisms, because on Obex that I know the thief, I do deal with Disney, yes, and you could laugh after that. But unlike some of the members over there, I don't make no millions off of the backs of the Belizean taxpayers. So what is your quarrel with me? I thought you would have come in this house with legislation to deal with the people that signed the Portico Agreement and the people that tried to pass it in cabinet. That's the legislation you need to look at, because corruption costs the global economy trillions of dollars. Not what a 19-year-old did 25 years ago that is punishable by a fine in Belize. This is an attack on democracy. I am being re-elected, excuse me. I am being re-elected on Sunday. With all that you've said about me, jailbud, lot of jailbud that are Lake Independence, member from Cayo South, then there are Fort George too, then there are Pickstock, then they're all over. You know why? Because people make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. The Prime Minister's father was the only parliamentarian trafficking drugs. If we want to talk about caliber, someone could argue that, well, if your uncle, your cousin, and your pa made traffic drugs, then we don't want those kind of people who have those types of affiliations to be in our house. But that would be ridiculous. That would be discrimination. So be careful what you are doing, because none of you are perfect. None of us are perfect. And when you talk about the South Side and the state of emergency and wanting to stop that, you don't prefer the young man could look upon me, could look upon Hyde, could look at Usher and say, well, yes, that is what I would like to be one day. If I work hard, if I clean myself up, if I get my act together, if I start move right, you know what? One day I could be the Prime Minister of Belize. Why does that frighten you? That's a good thing for young boys that look like me, and young boys and girls anywhere that come from impoverished backgrounds that could be a threat to the state because they have no hope. They have no vision of where they will be because the country has been run by elitists for so long that stepped on them and told them, no, you can't go, you can't be anything except what us, the neo-colonial masters, say you can be. Break those shackles. That is the real emancipation. That is the real freedom of the mind. To instill in Belizeans that they can do anything, no matter their background, no matter their mistake. So, Madam Speaker, again, it is clear that rather than protect the rights of Belizeans, rather than expand the rights of Belizeans, this government is only interested in fascist activity, is only interested in weaponizing the Constitution of Belize, and the country will reject that in March at the municipal elections and the general elections. And this opposition will be the next government of Belize, and I will be the next Prime Minister of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Hey, good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I was blown away just now. I didn't realize that the member from Mesopotamia, the leader of opposition, doesn't like me. I thought we were colleagues and friends. It's good to know how you feel, sir. On the other hand, I have no ill will towards you. And so I'd like to put that on record, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand the impassionate performance that the leader of the opposition just gave. For a second or two, I was caught up listening myself. So, kudos to the performance. But what are we trying to achieve? When a young person in Belize wants to be a police officer, the first thing that is requested is a police record. When somebody applies for employment of any substantial occupation, the first thing that is requested of them is a police record. This legislation, Madam Speaker, is not only to deal with frivolous crime. It is to deal with violent crime. It is to deal with corruption. And it's specific here. It says corruption or abuse of public office or convicted of a crime. I would insert violent crime so that we get away from all the minor stuff that we have seen. I want the Belizean people to understand that this proposal is not an attack on anybody specifically. It is to, we have been receiving complaints, Madam Speaker. Everywhere we go in this country, people complain that the level that we are attracting into the House of Representatives is not the level that the House of Representatives deserves. Madam Speaker, if somebody is convicted of a violent crime and we allow that convicted criminal to lead a country in a parliamentary system, raises concerns, Madam Speaker, about the individual's ability to uphold the law. It is a basic concept. If somebody is convicted of corruption or misuse of public office, Madam Speaker, it is the same that applies. It raises concerns about the individual's ability to uphold the law. We are here to manage the people's resources. We are here to manage it in an ethical way, in a moral way, and in a legal way. And so certain levels and parameters have to be established, in our humble opinion, to be able to allow one to operate ethically, morally, and legally. That is the reason for it, Madam Speaker. It's not only to uphold the law, but it is also to maintain public trust. We have also been listening for decades that people don't trust politicians. And so how will we address that issue if we don't deal with it from here? We are supposedly to represent everybody that elects us to come in here. We are supposedly to speak on their behalf. We have to do that with a clear conscience and a clear record. Because at the end of the day, the Prime Minister of a country or a Minister of Government makes decisions of $1.5 billion yearly. It is not a joke. We all, from both sides, I believe, agree and embrace reform. But the highest office in the land has to have minimum requirements, just like every Belizean, when you want to be a BDF or you want to be a police officer, has to show a police record. It is there for a reason. What are the changes? The changes is only saying outside and in Belize if you commit those crimes. Why is that necessary? Belize does not live in a cocoon. Violent crime, either done in the US, or in Mexico, or in Latin America, or in the Caribbean, is a violent crime. There was an intent. In a specific case, Madam Speaker, an unlicensed weapon was utilized to discriminately be discharged in a public environment. That is not just buying a stick of weed. That is not just stealing a pack of bread. That is no Mandela. That is no any other political person that was incarcerated because of political beliefs. You have to be of a certain mind and character to be able to do something of that type. And that's just one example of what we believe takes away the trust of people. I made a comment on the media, and I will repeat it. Who in this House of Representatives would hire a convicted rapist to be the babysitter of their child, even though we want the rapist after serving time to be able to be reformed? We wish him well or her well. But as a father or a mother, you have a responsibility to protect your child. And therefore, that decision of not hiring that person is a deep one. You can maybe call it discrimination, I don't know. But the responsibility bestowed on the father and the mother is the greatest thing, to protect the life and dignity of that child. The same thing, Madam Speaker, we are dealing with the leader of a country. We are all potential leaders of country. Yes, Honorable. But we have to have minimum requirements. Every post, every position in life comes with minimum requirements. Or not, we have chaos. The person in the first world country that has the ability to put the trigger for a nuclear disaster, you have to have trust in that person. He has to have minimum requirements to be able to get that job. That is what we are trying to establish, Madam Speaker. It has absolutely nothing to do with one person. It definitely has nothing to do with racism or fascism, as the leader of the opposition called it. We are looking for basic decency, basic. And if we, on both sides of the House, cannot protect the Belizean people, then you see what's happening in this House, the complaints that's coming back and forth. We cannot even agree to follow the standing orders.
Member for 42B. Member for Mesopotamia.
I would like to inform the leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, that my case was taken to court, and we were victorious, Madam Speaker. We won our case, and the House, and you were sitting in the House, had to give an apology for erroneous actions by the Speaker at the time. I would like to place that on record, Madam Speaker. I'm not ashamed, when I believe in something, to do it in accordance with the...
I apologize for the interruption. Member for Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition, please. You must admit that the government side did not interrupt you. I ask that you stay silent as per 42B. I will not ask again. I will now have to do the cautions. And caution them. I should do the same.
I need to say not much more, Madam Speaker. It is not personal. We need to decide as a country what is the minimum requirements that we would want our leaders to have. At the least, you want them not to be convicted of corruption. At the least, you would want them not to be abusive of their public office. At the least, Madam Speaker, you would like them not to be a convicted criminal of a serious crime or a violent crime, Madam Speaker. I humbly believe that is minimum requirements that we are asking for. Nothing personal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very keenly to the member from Cayo South. And in his presentation, Madam Speaker, he said that we have a duty, an obligation, maybe even a responsibility to speak on behalf of the Belizean people who elected us. And indeed, Madam Speaker, I can agree with that point of view. But before we can speak on their behalf, Madam Speaker, we must be prepared to listen to what the people are asking us and what are the issues they want us to represent in this National Assembly. Madam Speaker, the 11th Amendment Bill was first introduced in July of 2021. As outlined in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, there should be a 90-day period for members of the public to be consulted and to weigh in on the proposed constitutional amendment. Before the 11th Amendment Bill, Madam Speaker, we had the 9th Amendment Bill and the 10th Amendment Bill. And so when we got to the 11th Amendment Bill of the supreme law of the land, Madam Speaker, our social partners said, wait a minute. This is the supreme law of the land that has been enshrined to protect the fundamental rights and the fundamental freedoms of the citizens of this country. And amendments to the Constitution should be sober, should be inclusive, should ensure that the will of the people is part of the consideration. And the Prime Minister heard the social partners. And in 2022, I can't remember the exact month, the People Constitutional Commission was enacted into law, given a clear mandate, Madam Speaker, a mandate to go to the people, to the citizens of this country, to discuss where the citizenry, where the electorate, where our stakeholders, Madam Speaker, felt that the constitution of this country need to be strengthened. Madam Speaker, there are 23 organizations that make up the Constitutional Commission, Reform Commission. They have been given a clear mandate by law. In fact, that piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, got bipartisan support in this National Assembly. We supported the good governance tenet that says that the people of this country must be consulted on such an important undertaking. And if I can quote Senior Counsel Mr. Dickie Bradley, it is the most important undertaking that any government has ventured to do post our independence. I agree with that. Would you need a clarification, member from BRC? And so the commission was convened. The Prime Minister, not only to the support to the social partners, Madam Speaker, but also in this National Assembly, gave the undertaking of his administration that no more amendments to the Constitution would be done or effected until the Commission had completed its work. You see, Madam Speaker, this attempt to try and disenfranchise the leader of the opposition is glaring, because if you speak to anybody on the street, you know what they refer to as the 11th Amendment Bill, Madam Speaker? Everybody and their grandmother will tell you that the Get Rid of Shine Bill, it is targeted at a specific individual, Madam Speaker. And it is a really sad day for this country when a parliament, a government, an executive would use the full weight of their executive authority and their parliamentary authority to target one citizen in this country. It is unacceptable, and it is a blatant abuse of power, and it is a blatant disregard for the will of the people, because they are yet to hear what these 23 organizations and the wide and deep consultations that are being held countrywide, what recommendations will come from that exercise. Madam Speaker, I don't care how much power you believe you yield. No parliament can fetter the rights of the electorate. And no parliament can fetter the rights of a citizen to offer him or herself for electoral office. The leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, won his seat. He won his seat in a fair and free election in 2020. Madam Speaker, the people of Mossop said that they wanted the member from Mesop to be their representative, to be their voice in this National Assembly. And I have never heard, in all the jurisdictions in which I have done my research, Madam Speaker, that amendments to a constitution is done to take away rights from citizens. Most often than not, Madam Speaker, when you amend your supreme law of the land, it is to ensure that the rights and freedoms of citizens in this country, all citizens, not just the leader of the opposition, is protected, it's safeguarded. Madam Speaker, we talk about good governance training. I don't think you have any idea, member from Fort George, what that means. Because good governance, first and foremost, considers the input of the people you say you're representing. And that's all people, from all walks of life, from all social backgrounds, from all economic backgrounds, all people, Madam Speaker. And I hope the message of this government is not that reform is not possible, that a 19-year-old who committed an offense, a crime, 25 years ago, does not have the ability to reform, to rehabilitate, to make a valid contribution to the development of this country. Madam Speaker, the people should decide. And if after the exercise of the People's Constitutional Commission, if after that exercise is completed and such an amendment is recommended, then we have to look at it. But that is not the case. And what, you know, I heard a member of the media say to the chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Constitution Committee of the House, it is cowardly. This act is cowardly. You wait for 2 years and a few months after you introduce this bill, after you agreed that we are going to public consultation, after we pass legislation, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our review and amendment of the Constitution of this country is done in an organized way, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, that includes the views and the opinions and the desires, Madam Speaker, of the citizens of this country. To bring this back now, I have to agree with Senior Counsel Dickie Bradley. It's questionable, Madam Speaker, and it is cowardly, Madam Speaker, because what you are saying to the Belizean people, if you don't recognize it, is that you're fearful of this former 19-year-old young man who has been able to make positive changes in his life and who has been able to make contributions to his community, who has been able to gain the trust and confidence of the people that he seeks to represent. And whoever sat in that chair of leader of the opposition, whether it is the member from MESAP or any other member, should never have to be subject, Madam Speaker, to the wrath and the fears and the cowardliness of an administration who is reacting, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, to a threat of a no confidence motion, Madam Speaker. For if it were not that, this amendment would not be brought back to the House 25 months after it was introduced. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to appeal to the Prime Minister. And I would like to appeal to my colleagues on that side of the House. Let us allow the work of the People Constitutional Commission to be completed. Let us listen to what the people have to say, to what these 23 organizations that we have entrusted with this most important exercise, what recommendations they will bring forward by listening to the will of the people. We can't, Madam Speaker, disenfranchise future leaders without listening to the will of the people. This, as one of my constituents said to me this morning, she said, "Era Rep, I hope you will speak on that issue today, because this is an attack on the people. This is not an act for the people. And none of us, Madam Speaker, none of us would have the privilege of standing in this honorable house were it not for the people." I rest my case. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this 11th amendment that we are debating today is a complete reversal on the decision that this administration took when it first introduced this bill to the House. I think it's July of 2021, upon which, and at the time, the social partners got together and said, they wrote to the Prime Minister, and with the blessings of the Prime Minister, this People's Constitution Commission was formed. It was formed, and it was tasked to do a comprehensive review of the Constitution of Belize. This with the clear mandate that it had to happen with or in consultation of the people of this country, starting from Corozal way to Toledo, and taking into consideration the voices of each and every one of our Belizeans. This 11th amendment, Madam Speaker, is a blatant attack on one member of this House. And while the first instrument of attack seems to be directed at one particular member of this House, it is a direct attack on everybody who at some point in time in his or her life has committed a crime. To everybody, every woman, every man, every young boy, every young girl, every young adult who has committed a crime, and who, like every other person who makes a mistake, has taken a stance and said, look, I might have committed a mistake, I might have done something wrong in life, but I'm willing to change. Madam Speaker, and I will ask your permission to refer to my notes. Majid Khan, a former prisoner and terrorist, was unbeknown to Belize and Belizeans, That was until the 2nd of February of 2023, when he was welcomed to Belize by this very same administration. Mr. Majid Khan was a high-value prisoner detained at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. In 2012, Madam Speaker, Mr. Khan pleaded guilty to conspiracy and the murder of 11 innocent civilians in the 2003 Marriott Hotel bombing in Jakarta, Indonesia, and also for the attempted murder of the then Pakistan president. Only the Almighty knows how many people died in body, in soul, and in mind as a consequence of Mr. Khan's actions. Only the Almighty knows the pain and agony that friends, loved ones, and families endured as a consequence of the loss of life and the long scars of these losses, Madam Speaker, as a consequence of these terrorist acts. Only the Almighty knew the solitude and the loneliness of children, wives, and families who have suffered at the acts of terrorists. And the effects of terrorism, Madam Speaker, and terrorist acts on society and the families can go for a lifetime. Yet, 16 years after being at Guantanamo Bay, U.S. authorities reformed Mr. Khan, and Belize, as kind and generous as it is, welcomed Mr. Khan to Belize and made Belize his home. In the words of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I quote, "This is a humanitarian act, and I have full confidence that he will be a good Belizean in the years to come." In the words of Mr. Khan, and I quote, "I have been given a second chance in life, and I intend to make the most out of it." Madam Speaker, here we see the government of Belize giving Mr. Khan a home and in his second chance in life. This administration welcomed the idea of embracing Mr. Khan's second opportunity in life. And so this administration...
Members, please.
And so this administration decided to give Mr. Khan Belizean nationality and a home here in what we call this paradise Belize of ours. Before the world, Belize championed the cause of believing and embracing people who sought a second opportunity in life. Fast track from the 2nd of February 2023 to now, and there has been a 180-degree stance on this administration. We welcome a former Guantanamo Bay prisoner into Belize. We gave him Belizean nationality, and we got him a home here in Belize. A complete stranger to Belize and Belizeans got his nationality documents, a house, and a second shot in life. And here we are today, Madam Speaker, passing a draconian bill, a bill that, in my opinion, violates constitutional rights of Belizeans, violates the natural rights of Belizeans, and it is an attack at the heart of democracy. Where is the priority of this administration? And so, Madam Speaker, all I will see at this point in time is just caution those members on the other side. The international community is looking at what you guys are doing. While we might want to use the constitution of this country as an instrument of political gimmicks, it is a serious violation to the constitutional rights of our Belizeans. Allow for the People's Constitution Commission to fully undergo its exercise and allow for the people of this country to voice their opinions. Let them be the voice that will lead the charge for this new constitution. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the I recognize the member for Kayo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I looked at this legislation and I hear all the comments, it kind of reminds me of an old proverb that says, when a clown moves into a palace, he doesn't become a king. The palace becomes a circus. And so, Madam Speaker, it really goes to the quality of the people we have in the highest office of this land. And when I hear my friends on the other side speak, they speak as if though there are no limits established in the Constitution. The Constitution is not a dead instrument. It is a living instrument, Madam Speaker. And when one looks at what the Constitution contains, the very section 58, which this law seeks to amend, already has limitations, Madam Speaker. So when you hear them speak, they make it sound like this is the first time we're imposing rights and restrictions as to who can be in this honorable house. And that is not the case. What it is an expansion of those. And so I think it is important for the Belizean people to understand that when they hear the people on the other side or colleagues on the other side speak as if though there are no restrictions and limitations, it is simply not so, Madam Speaker. We all must be governed by rules. There must be rules for every institution in this country, Madam Speaker. And whether they like it or not, actions have consequences. And all of us are subject to the laws of this land, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not. And this Constitution and this amendment, Madam Speaker, sends a warning to everybody, all of us, and all of our future leaders, Madam Speaker. So I certainly support this amendment, Madam Speaker.
Just the mic. I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to thank the members on this side, my colleagues, for their contribution on this particular bill, this amendment. They have explained the reasons behind this amendment. Madam Speaker, this is not a targeted amendment. This is a matter of reform. This is something that has come out of a package of reforms that this government has undertaken since the election of November 2020. May I remind the opposition, Madam Speaker, they have voted against reforms in the past. They voted against expanding the Contractor General's office to include a member from the opposition. You spoke about that this morning. You spoke about that this morning, about including a member of the opposition, but they have actually voted against reform. Madam Speaker, I'd just like to respond to a couple of things, and I'll have to start with the absurd. The member from Corozal North speaking about Majid Khan and about reform. Is the opposition suggesting that Majid Khan should run for this honorable house? Is that what you are suggesting? Huh? So it is amazing that that is the example that the member from Corozal North would actually bring. On the issue of reforming your life, Madam Speaker, that is something that should be encouraged. That is something that we should always strive toward. And perhaps the member from Mesopotamia, the leader of the opposition, believes that this is all about him. And we know why he's doing that. We know that's because he has a camera crew and he wants to be the latest shiny princess for Disney, right? That's what he wants. But this is not about him. It is about raising the level in the House. It is about making or holding the members of this House to the highest standards, Madam Speaker. Something that the member from Albert spoke about. She has spoken about this, Madam Speaker, on numerous occasions. She has raised the issue of raising the standard in this House, about making sure that the members of this House are of the highest standard. Madam Speaker, the member from Kayonat explained very well, there are already disqualifications for being members of this House. It's not like this is a new, this is just an amendment of an existing disqualification, and it is an amendment that came out of UNCAC recommendations, Madam Speaker. Are you saying that you are against including fraud, including making sure that corruption and misfeasance in office are not there? Madam Speaker, I think, you know, this is the first time I've actually seen a member from Albert put on such a farcical performance as she did. Farcical, it was all fraudulent. Because she knows. Let me ask the member from Albert, do you support that letter that was written to the Speaker of this House this morning, member from Albert? Are you in support of that? Do you condone the way the Speaker was referred to? Do you condone that behavior? Do you condone that behavior of a woman?
No,
Madam?
On my feet. Member for Albert. I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet. The question, there's no, member, I'm on, member. The matter of this morning will be dealt with where it ought to be dealt with. Not here. We have moved on from that. There are orders, there are procedures. The contempt of House will be dealt with where it ought to be dealt with. That is not here when we are wrapping up this bill.
Madam Speaker, thank you for explaining that. But I can't see why I can't ask a member, does the member condone the way the leader of the opposition spoke about the president of the Belize National Teachers Union earlier? Does she condone that, Madam Speaker? Because I don't hear any opposition coming from that side. None. It is a pattern of behavior, Madam Speaker, that the opposition seems to think is okay. You know?
On a point of order.
One second. What is the point of order?
I seek clarification from the member. What did I say about the president? I said she deserves a second chance. I did not
Will
say
the member yield for will the member yield?
Yield what, Madam Speaker?
He's seeking your clarification.
I'm seeking your clarification, member from
It requires
Fort
you
George.
to yield for that.
Madam Speaker, if he wants the Hansard to be read back, he can ask for that.
You member.
Madam Speaker, let me read from, if you allow me to read from a news report from the leader of the opposition. He gave an interview, January 4, 2023. Endemic corruption. Can I read? Thank you. Endemic corruption is a bipartisan matter, and I would think with the vigor that the Briceño administration went after Rene Montero for essentially the same thing, using their ministerial powers to, Rene Montero is referring to abuse assets under their control. This is what I heard on the recording about the Mormons and Mr. Lev Derman. It's clear in the Constitution that you can't use your office for personal gain. And so, if a willful suppression charge could be slapped on Mr. Montero, I don't see why it can't be applied to Mr. Saldivar. Madam Speaker, this was said a few months ago, January 2023, but all of a sudden now he has embraced this corruption. All of a sudden now he has made sure that he's working.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, he's imputing improper motives. What corruption am I embracing? He just said that I am embracing corruption, Madam Speaker.
It's not. Member for Fort George, I will ask that you clarify what you meant by that.
Madam Speaker, he said it. If a willful suppression charge could be slapped on Mr. Montero, I don't see why it can't be applied to Mr. Saldivar. Is he saying that he did not say that? So now all of a sudden they're working together. Before he wanted charges to be brought. Charges to be brought.
For the 2B.
He wanted charges to be brought, Madam Speaker. Now all of a sudden, no, it is a
Point of order,
complete
Madam
change.
Speaker.
Why? Because
Relevance,
he has signed some
on
kind
the
of
debate,
agreement
Madam
with this
Speaker.
caucus for change, and now he cannot come up and argue anything about corruption in this
He has
house.
to stick to the debate. The debate is the 11th Amendment, not my relationship with John Saldiva. I know you're the
Member for
chairman of the
Mesopotamia,
PUP.
please sit. Member
You
for
have a great
Mesopotamia. Member for Mesopotamia. Member for Port George, I believe you're closing. and-
Member for Albert, is that reform? Is that reform? Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members, let's get through. We're actually at the closing of the debate. I really ought not to be interrupting the member as
Thank
often
you.
as I should.
I agree.
For the 2B.
I agree, Madam Speaker. This is amazing.
Need to stick within the standing orders.
So, Madam
Continue.
Speaker, this matter, I'm not sure if the opposition is saying that they don't support the improving of the standards of this House, that they don't support the fact that members of this House should be held to the highest standards, if they don't support including offenses like corruption, offenses like abuse of office in this section, I'm not sure if that is what they are recommending or suggesting, Madam Speaker. But certainly, this is an attempt to make sure that this House is held to the highest standards, Madam Speaker, and that is why this amendment is being brought at this time. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide additional grounds for the disqualification of a person as a member of the National Assembly and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Being advised by the clerk, because of the type of amendment it is, there must be a division, as is required, a division for the votes, as is required by the Constitution, because of the section of the Constitution that's being amended.
Because of the section of the Constitution that is being amended, there needs to be a division. John Briceño, Cordell Hyde, Francis Fonseca, Jose Abelardo May, Julius Espat, Rodwell Ferguson, Sr., Dolores Balderramos Garcia, Karim Musa, Florencio Marin Jr., Oscar Requena, Orlando Habet, supposed to have where is he? Okay. Absent. Anthony Marla.
I support.
Henry Charles Usher. Michelle Shabat. Kevin Bernard. Abner Perez. Michael Espat. Michael Espat. Ramon Cervantes. Ramiro Ramirez. Oscar Mira. Marconi Leal. Gilroy Usher. Jorge Espat. Luis Balona. Luis Zabade. Elvia Vega Samos.
Aye.
Moses Barrow. I heard a no, right? Hugo Pot. That's absent. Patrick Faber. Absent. Tracy Panton. Denise Barrow. Absent.
The division of the votes, the results are 25 yes, 2 no, 4 absent.
The bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide additional grounds for the disqualification of a person as a member of the National Assembly and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask all those in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Accounting Records Maintenance Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 26101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at its registered office or office of its registered agent in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Accounting Records Maintenance Act, Chapter 26101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to require entities to maintain accounting records within Belize at its registered office or office of its registered agent in Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Customs and Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to vary the rates of duty on sanitary products, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duty Act, Chapter 48 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 10th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, and to vary the rates of duty on sanitary products, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak on a point of national concern, which is the BTB spending of millions of dollars on this Belize International Film Festival. But before I do that, I would just like to correct the record. I spoke to the chairman of the People's Constitution Commission, and I would just like to clarify my remarks. As I had agreed, he asked me to do it. If you'd allow me to clarify my remarks, just brief correction for the record. He was defending himself when he was young, similar to me. He was on his farm, someone got on his farm and was stealing, and so that incident was him defending himself.
Noted,
yes.
The record is duly corrected.
Okay, thank you. As far as the BTB, Madam Speaker, for 2 years now we've had this Belize International Music and Food Festival. And the budgets are in the million, I would say about $1 million each year. And we have had no accountability for these two events that have happened last year and this year, Madam Speaker. Now, the other side always makes fun of my artistry background, as if they look down on the creative. It's only something that matters to them when it's convenient for the entertainers to entertain them or make political songs for them. But me, I'm celebrating my second album. Came out actually yesterday, August 10th, 19 years ago. Sold 1 million records. And so I will always advocate for the music community. And how that ties into this is because one of the reasons the BTB, the minister, the honorable member from Pigstock, said that they were doing this festival was to promote the Belizean artists and to draw tourism to Belize. So they started in San Pedro, and that was the noose, to fill up the hotel rooms in San Pedro during the down season. And we did not get any account of exactly where the monies went, exactly if monies were generated, because I want to be clear, any investment in the creative sector that is tied with tourism, to me, I am all for it. But what I am not for, what we cannot tolerate, is any misappropriation of funds, any abuse of the funds, or just wasting the money. And so that money needs to be accounted for, Madam Speaker, because we have yet to see if a profit has been generated. This year, majority of the Belizean artists were complaining. Super G, which is an icon, lamented the way he was treated, the way other artists were treated, and how the American, the foreign, the Jamaican, all the international artists were treated with such prestige. But our Belizean artists, whom the BTB claim this was a part of promoting them, were mistreated. So it underlines why we need accountability, Madam Speaker. And maybe it's not the minister's fault. I heard that the minister fired the promoter, but even that promoter that they hired should have bid for that job, which is something that I raised in my public comments, because I am not advocating that the government abandon this type of investment. I wish I could have gotten this investment when I was ambassador. I wish I could have. And so I want to support this type of investment in the creative sector and tourism. All I'm asking for, ladies and gentlemen on that side, is accountability. Make us see how the money is spent. Let us see who got what are the expenditures, and when we have it next year, let there be a bidding process for the promoter. Let us get competitive bidding so that they can spend the money in a fashion that can generate revenues, and give certain undertakings as to how our artists will be treated. We can't be spending the taxpayers' money and then treating the international artists better than how we treat our artists, and that's a part of that decolonialization process. Some of us think that outside are better. No, you have your own right here. Or treat me like I the clown, the former president of Guatemala. Appreciate our artists and let us have accountability so we can make this event sustainable for the benefit of the creative sector and tourism. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, obviously the member for Pigstock, the Minister of Tourism, who is the architect of the Belize International Music and Food Festival, is not here with us today. By the way, I forget the man might be online, no? So I don't know if the minister was planning to speak. But we're just getting used to the online thing, Minister, if you're listening. So I forgot you were online. But So I want to make the point. I'm glad that the leader of the opposition, the member for Mesopotamia, stated, I think, quite clearly that he is not opposed to this type of festival. You know, and that's the spirit we need to approach these things with. It's a new idea for Belize, obviously, as you know. Festivals are a great source of revenue and for tourism, a great source of opportunity for the creative community in many countries. These are big things, festivals all across the globe. And so I think it was important that Belize got on board, and Belize, the Minister of Tourism and his team, that the BTB, and they consulted with us at the Ministry of Culture, niche. We felt the same way, that listen, this represented an opportunity for us to get our creative community engaged, raise their standards, expose them to international artists. You know, so I think it's a very good idea. So I don't think we should, you know, we should not approach this in the spirit of trying to rain on that parade. Obviously, it's a new concept, it's a new thing. Some mistakes have been made over the past 2 years. I have shared that with the minister myself. There should be, you're absolutely right, and I've heard artists like Super G and others express concerns about, you know, the way our local artists were treated. You know, so those are mistakes that have to be corrected, obviously. Our local artists, our creative community should always be treated with the utmost respect. This is for them. The whole idea of the festival is about them, about ensuring that they are a part of this process, that they are benefiting from the festival, that it grows into something that they can take ownership of. But obviously, you know, we have headliners. You know this, we have headliners. That's the nature of entertainment. That's the nature of that type of business. And so in any festival you're having, any concert you're having, you have headliners, and then you have other people who participate and come on board, and they don't get the same amount of time that the headliners get, and perhaps the same amount of attention. But obviously we have to make sure that everyone is treated with respect, and that our creative community, our local artists, feel that they are being fully recognized and acknowledged and respected. So that's given. You know, and then the point you make about accountability, nobody argues with that. Accountability, obviously we're absolutely committed to that. The minister himself sent a message saying that we will do a full report, and we will produce, he said, we'll do a full report to the board, we'll produce a report to the Belizean people. Both BTIA and the Belize Hotel Association are on the board as oversight. So there's no attempt to hide how the money is being spent. You know, so I think we all are expecting a more comprehensive report. I think last year they provided a report. Some people weren't fully satisfied with the details, the depth of the report, and I think they recognize that, and so they will do a better job this year in trying to provide a more detailed, more comprehensive report that can provide assurance and comfort to the Belizean people that the monies invested in this festival are being well spent. Now, like all these things, anything you do in culture, the creative work in Belize, you know that it's very difficult to get a good return on your investment. It takes time, and hopefully the festival will grow, the food and music festival will grow over the years, and eventually I'm sure it will reach a point where they can become profitable and make monies. But it's really an investment in the ground up, working, developing the festival, attracting more people to it. So I hope that the Belizean people understand what is taking place. You know, and I hope, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, that you can approach it in that spirit and provide positive, meaningful support to what is a very good concept and idea. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to raise a matter of public concern, and that really has to do with the closure of several local businesses, Madam Speaker. Not only in Belize City, where it seems to be more prevalent, but just today, the meat pie man in the free zone sent out a message indicating that he's being taxed to death and therefore has declared that he's going to be closing his business as of August the 14th. Now, Madam Speaker, when we listen to the honorable member from Orange Walk Central, the economy is growing significantly, double digits, it's robust. But yet, Madam Speaker, our legacy Belizean-owned businesses are having a difficult time to remain open. And if you've paid attention to some of the reasons that have been provided by these business owners, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that some of the policies that have been put in place by this administration has been far more harmful than helpful. Smiling meats, Madam Speaker, and I've said before that while Matthew Smiling and I don't share the same politics, we share the same love for this country and the well-being of our citizens. He has been my lifelong friend, Madam Speaker, and he has been pressured out of business because he cannot get the requisite permits, Madam Speaker, as his competitors receive to import special select meats to service the tourism industry. Augusto Kwan is gone. Bottom dollar, where a lot of our Albert voters shop, has announced the closing of their operation after 16 years of doing business. Now, if I am to take the Honorable Prime Minister at his word, certainly the conditions for doing business in Belize and for supporting particularly local business operators is a matter of high priority. The Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry has said that when these policies are being made, they're not being consulted. And had they been consulted on some of these policies, we may have a different outcome, or we may have a more holistic approach to how we deal with the high cost of inflation, how we deal with the fact that wages have gone up significantly and the businesses cannot operate with that 15% margin in some cases. I've met with quite a few business owners in the Albert constituency, many of them the People's United Party, and they have expressed serious concerns to me. And so I think the time has come, Madam Speaker, for a sitting down of the business community and the government to see what can be done to help to support those businesses that have still not fully recovered from COVID, that is still struggling, of course, with inflation, the high cost of fuel, even though we say the economy is growing. So, Madam Speaker, my request to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade and Investment is that we give this matter a priority as it relates to our Belizean investors who are being forced to close their doors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I will follow the example of the honourable member from Freetown and believe and take the honourable member from Albert that she is acting in good faith. So as such, Madam Speaker, let me answer some of the issues. You mentioned there are three names that came up in particular. The person that sells meat pies, the truth of the matter is that he owes taxes from 2019, before we got into the government. The issue of with bottom dollar, I had a meeting with Mr. Castillo, with Santi Castillo and Mrs. Santos. On Wednesday, they came to see me. Basically, what they have said, they have explained to me is that market conditions have changed. That what has happened now, people are buying more in Publix. Your people, Alberts, no longer go buy the bottom dollar, they buy the Publix that's right there in their neighborhood, or the rest of the people. You don't have much businesses taking place downtown Belize City. They're going up on the Western Highway and the Northern Highway, and that is the reason why they've decided to close down bottom dollar and believe that but they can concentrate on their wholesale business and can get a better return as opposed to continue to keep bottom dollar open. And I don't really want to go into the details because they came to see me in good faith. And they came also to offer to help. And I've not had the opportunity to speak with both Minister Mai and Minister Dolores about the new basket of goods that we passed legislation to hold on to maintain the margin to try to control the quote-unquote price gouging. He pointed out that there are some legitimate examples where the prices have gone up considerably. For instance, they say like one jar of mayonnaise have gone up by over 150%. In many instances, and these are things, as I have said, and the honourable member from Albert knows this well, that we import inflation. We have not raised taxes on any of these goods. These businesses, and Mr. Smiling, the same thing, the market conditions have changed, and he decided that he wants to sell out his business. That's a business decision that he made. The truth of the matter is, though, is that hundreds of new businesses have been opening all across this country. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being invested in Belize. But there are going to be some losers. But the important thing is for us to ensure that we have a lot more winners than what we have losers. And if the honourable member from Albert really wants to be truthful, they would recognize, everybody would recognize that the economy has been growing and there have been a lot of new businesses opening. And everybody recognizes that inflation is being a challenge for everyone. And that we as a government, I wish you'd have the magic wand and make it just disappear. But we simply cannot. That is why we've been coming here to the whole. We've had many discussions in cabinet in trying to find creative ways in how we can try to curb inflation. When you look at the numbers from SIB, the inflation overall is going down. It's at about a little over 3%. But when you look at food, the section in food, it is at 13%. It means that this food that we are importing, the prices continue to go up. And the issue about cilantro, Minister might mention to us what is happening is that we're not having now, so it's being imported. And because of the limited supply, what do? They increase their prices. We have to be careful with rice. The same thing could potentially happen to us with rice. Now that India has stopped the exportation of rice, and they are one of the biggest producers of rice in the world, the price of rice is going to go up. And our producers here in Belize for rice, what are they already thinking about? They will want to export all of their rice to Guatemala where they could get a better price. It's happening to us with sugar. Because we control the price of sugar to be sold on the local market, it is so low that what do our wholesalers of sugar, wholesalers of sugar in Belize do? They export it, quote unquote, to Guatemala and to Mexico. Because by doing that, they more than double their profits with these things. This is the reality that we're facing. And I wish that we could come together as a government and as a people to be able to address this. You point out the issue that our locals, that we are not supporting our local companies. And that's why I'm answering you without fighting with you. I'm answering some of the issues that you brought up. And it is the truth. When you look, I'll use an example in Orange Walk town. You go to People's Store, another company that's owned by the Santiago Castillo group of companies, a store that has been opened from before I was born, over 60 plus years. Again, that's the main street. And when I was growing up, everybody used to go down the main street or buy their groceries. My family, my father, my uncle, they had one store named Nelly's Store. But at that time, they used to sell everything. They used to sell rice, and they used to sell tape recorders, they used to sell a general store. Conditions changed, so they end up being closed down. And the same thing now, they're telling me with People's Store, that they're considering probably may not continue to operate People's Store because, again, people are going now to 123 to buy in Orange Walk by Liberty Avenue, and it is true. Whenever you pass by Albert Street, by Liberty Avenue, you see the vehicles lined up there, people they go by there, and then they go by at People's Store. People's Store are a good store with good products. When you go out to Child Farm just opened up about two huge supermarkets side by side. And then our locals, when I suppose it's like what you rightly said, they said, I go and support with local corner shop. Then go and buy that they have big stores. And so these others, they closed down. Market conditions have changed. So we need to do a number of things. One is that we also have to appeal to our locals to support our local businesses. Businesses that have been there forever. Businesses that have served us well. Businesses that have made donations after donations over the years in sports and education, in health, in whatever. We need to make that conscious decision to support them. But at the same time, we need to recognize that conditions have changed. There are some unfortunate businesses that have closed down. But, Madam Speaker, honorable members of this House, we've had hundreds of new businesses that opened. We have had hundreds of millions of dollars that have been invested in this country because of the confidence that they have in the People's United Party government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.